So, herzlich willkommen. Welcome all together to this online course. I'm very pleased to have Robert Durso for these two courses. He's a leading exponent of the Taubman Approach. You can read about his career as a pianist and teacher on the flyer, also about the activities of our SHZM. I also would like to thank Robert's student, Sebastian Isler from Zurich, for his mediation and his effort to make Taubman Approach known in Switzerland. Dear Robert, I'm very much looking forward and would like you to take over the direction, including possible questions at the end of each section. Everyone except Robert, please mute your microphones. And now I wish us all much pleasure. Please, Robert, take over.
Okay, so hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much to Professor Hildebrandt and also to Sebastian Isler for making this possible. It's truly an honor, and it's a privilege to be able to speak with you this morning and then again in 2 weeks. And I will be speaking about the Taubman Approach today. And I wanted to leave some time at the end for questions. So I thought I would leave at least half an hour, maybe 20 minutes for any questions that you may have. So please feel free to formulate your questions as we go. Also, just to direct you to the chat, there's a group of handouts that I made, which will help a little bit in following some of the things that I'm doing. One is a list of things, and then another is just excerpts, actual musical excerpts, that will be applying some of the principles that we're talking about today directly to music. So I have to start with who was Dorothy Taubman. So, of course, I studied with Dorothy Taubman and also Edna Galansky for close to 40 years. And Mrs. Taubman was an amazing woman. She was born in Brooklyn. She was born in 1917, and she passed away in April of 2013 at the age of 95. She was a remarkable woman who was going to perform and had to go to teaching because her husband went to serve in the armed forces and she needed to subsidize their income. So when she began to teach, she began to realize that, wow, there are some very smart and talented kids who did very well, and then were equally smart and seemingly enthusiastic children that did not do so well as others. So instead of saying to herself, well, one of two things, they don't practice enough or they're not talented enough, she decided to think, well, what is it that's stopping them from progressing? And she began to notice that the students that progressed well also moved rather freely and easily at the piano. And she thought that was very interesting because as a piano teacher in New York, she was attending lots of recitals of students, and she could see that very young pianists, sometimes 7, 8, 9 years old, were playing extremely difficult works very easily. And then she was encountering people who were 20, 30, and sometimes 40 years into their career and still having technical limitations and problems. And she began to notice that the children who could play very well did not have years of all the exercises that the older people were coming to her with. And she started to think that's very interesting because the tradition tells us that we have to have strong fingers and we have to exercise those fingers. And she was thinking, but they don't have all those years to exercise those fingers. And now it's interesting to me because now we have YouTube, and with YouTube, you can see very quickly put 7-year-old Chopin Etudes Opus 10, and you will get many, many entries of Chopin Etudes played by very young people and played very well. So this was a time, of course, where there was no internet. So it was really amazing that she made that correlation, that the physical act of playing the instrument was attainable at a very early age. So it began to have her think along different lines. Instead of the old school of maybe no pain, no gain, she decided that, well, if I can figure out what that young child is actually doing with their body, with their fingers, with their hands, with their arms, and understand it in some kind of comprehensive way, I think I can make that possible for somebody who's not feeling it intuitively. And that's the interesting part of this whole journey, is that there are people who come to the piano, very fine pianists, who never really had to work very hard at doing that. They can play the piano rather well. And then there are others who are extremely musical, but have certain technical limitations. As an extension of technical limitations, we also have to realize that in our field, there's a very high percentage of musicians and pianists who have what are called playing related injuries. Playing related injuries can be anything from soreness and fatigue to ganglion cysts that emerge on the wrists, to tendinitis, to tennis elbow, to thoracic outlet syndrome, which is a condition that goes from the fifth finger all the way up the shoulder and sometimes down into the waist. These kinds of pains in the upper back, and in worst case scenarios, dystonia, which is when the brain and the body no longer really communicate, and involuntary things begin to happen at the piano that people were not intending to have happen, like trigger fingers or fingers that stick up, or any type of malfunction of the body which is unintentional. So we do have a sort of statistic, which is that 80% of all instrumental musicians encounter some kind of injury somewhere along the line. So that's a very high percentage. And Taubman was thinking also that, well, maybe the tradition itself is doing that. So she began to examine the way the body functions, the way the body works, and she began to notice that certain principles began to emerge, principles of alignment and movement. So just a little bit of my story. So I was a pianist growing up, and I had some very wonderful opportunities to play in quite known halls like Carnegie Recital Hall and on the radio in New York City. And I was doing rather well, and I thought, well, I would like to be a pianist, and I loved music and I loved the piano. So I went the very traditional route. I went to a conservatory, and I spent a year there and decided that I didn't really get very much out of the year or in my piano lessons with my teacher. And I decided to go to Indiana University and finish my bachelor's degree, where I worked with a wonderful woman, musician, Enrica Cavallo-Gulli, who had been a prodigy. And because she was a prodigy, she played very naturally. And there was a certain amount of imitation. We had a very formal lesson. She would sit at her piano, I would sit at my piano. She would ask me to play the whole movement, and then we would go through it. And it was a sort of back and forth. She played, and then I played. And of course, I was watching her and observing her and trying to imitate in a certain sense or copy, because what I was hearing was also very beautiful. And initially, it helped me. But as you'll understand later when I talk about what happened to me, those kinds of things were too general for me. So at a certain point, what was very helpful at the beginning, because it had no boundaries and no framework, it kind of overtook other things. And then my playing began to have problems. So I graduated and began a master's degree back east. And during my master's degree, somebody mentioned that there was this woman in Brooklyn who knew a lot about playing the piano. And there was a certain way the person said it that really intrigued me. So I called Mrs. Taubman up and I asked if I could come and play for her. And she said, well, yes, but I only have one opening, and it was Christmas Eve of 1982. So I said, sure. So I went for my first piano lesson with Dorothy Taubman on Christmas Eve of 1982. And it's a very vivid memory for me, even 40 years later. And I remember going, and she asked me what I would like to play. And I was playing at the time the Schumann G minor sonata. So I played it. And at the end of the first movement, she said to me, well, very nice. Thank God there's no damage to your hands. And I thought that was the strangest thing that I'd ever heard a piano teacher ever say to me. I was ready to hear about what they preferred to hear musically. And she was referring to my hands, and I didn't understand it at all. And she said, well, listen, it looks like you've played this, for a while. So are there passages that you've practiced quite a lot, and you don't know whether those passages are actually going to come out well or not? And I thought to myself, wow, no piano teacher ever asked me that question before, but that sounds very interesting. So I remember going to a passage in the first movement, which was a passage of leaping octaves, actually. And she said, okay, I want you to try this. And she came by me and she demonstrated how she wanted me to move. And she said, let's rehearse that a few times. And I remember rehearsing it and sensing it. And she said, okay, now go faster. And in that moment, I felt something I had never felt before. Suddenly, a passage that was difficult became very accessible and easy to me. And that was fascinating to me. That something could be done in a moment that could change my experience of playing a passage so dramatically. And so, of course, that was just the tip of the iceberg. And I spent, many years working with her, and it developed into me wanting to share this work with everyone else. So that brings us to where we are now. So in discussing her work, I think we need a place to depart from. So it's important to understand that the work is not about giving you a lot of physical exercises. It's not about exercising the fingers. It's about two other distinct areas. So the first area is alignment, and the second area is movement. And why do I say that? I say it because what Taubman uncovered was the science of movement and alignment that, once achieved, provides for the overcoming of injury, limitations, and lack of pianistic control. Once a pianist is able to apply this to the repertoire, it gives a pianist the tools to overcome technical limitations, injuries, and provides tools for artistic expression. Because if we only move well, but we don't sound well, that's not a full solution. So all technical solutions should give us the ability to do whatever we want to do musically. So why are these areas important? And why are these areas important to understand and to know about? Well, they're important to understand and know about because we have to also understand the parameters of the instrument itself. Now, it sounds very simplistic to say this, but it's very helpful actually to say this, that we are only dealing really with two factors when it comes to playing a piano, the instrument itself. And those two factors are, one, and I'll show you here, one is that the key goes down vertically. That's an indisputable fact. The key has to go down. Without the key going down, we have no sound. And we have to move left and right. So unless we're okay with playing a piece with one tone, we have to move left and right. So the issue is that we have to understand, how is it that our body puts a key down? And how is it that our body moves from key to key? Now, a very interesting piece of information came by Taubman via Otto Ortmann, who did many experiments in the 1920s. And he wrote a book. And in that book, he describes an experiment. He had a laboratory at Peabody in Baltimore. And he describes in that experiment what he was out to understand. He was out to understand if finger exercises increase the lifting and dropping capabilities of fingers, making them stronger and more agile. So he was able to construct some kind of mechanism on the piano that could measure this issue. So he sent two groups of pianists, group A and a group B. And the group B, he just sent out and said, just practice normally as you've been doing. In group A, he said, I would like you to do this set of finger exercises. So he would ask them to depress all the keys and one by one, lift and drop the fingers individually. These are known as finger independence exercises, and the intention is for them to make the fingers stronger. But what he was very shocked about was when the pianists came back, there was no improvement in the lifting and dropping capabilities of the fingers. And in the B group, there was no change. But in the A group, actually, there were a certain number of people, certain percentage of people that began to have certain symptoms of fatigue, tiredness, and pain. So he sent them out another 6 months to do the same thing. So they were doing these rigorous finger exercises, lifting the fingers up and trying to put them down, sometimes putting a penny on the hand to immobilize the hand and the forearm so that it was only the finger working. And remarkable results came back. Almost 92% of the pianists had symptoms or were injured. So she understood that the finger itself was not capable of a job called putting the key down. And this was her first connection to what was happening in a young child who could play well. When she saw the young child play well, she could sense that the finger was connected to a hand and a forearm. And in being connected, the finger, the hand, and the forearm, it had enough weight to overcome the resistance of the key. So you can see that having strong fingers is not a question of exercising the fingers, because it actually has been proven that there is no significant difference after exercising. However, once you're able to connect the finger to the hand and to the forearm, there is enough weight that can overcome all of that surface resistance easily. The remarkable thing, and Taubman always used to say to us as teachers, your first job is to give somebody 10 strong fingers, but not through exercising, through lining them up and moving them in one piece. So when we say the finger, the hand, and the forearm are connected, that gives us our first sort of term, which is the playing unit. The playing unit to us is the finger, the hand, and the forearm together. Very much like a drawbridge. You know, you see a bridge going up and down and the boat goes through. The feeling in the forearm and the hand and the finger is one piece. We say from the tip of the third finger to the elbow, we feel connected. This connection enables us to give the finger full support no matter what finger we're landing on. So what has been known as the weak fourth finger becomes in an instant just as strong as any other finger. So you can see that being strong or having strong fingers is a question of alignment and a certain question of movement. The unit has to move up in one piece and has to move down in one piece. If I break that unity, if I lift up from the wrist alone in an isolated motion, my finger, hand, and arm are no longer connected. There are individual motions of the fingers that we'll talk about. We'll talk about motions of the hand. We'll talk about motions of the forearm. All of these motions work together. We're never making ourselves a rigid, stiff object in order to accomplish something. But as a general place to depart from, we have to move in a way that considers that the finger, and the hand, and the forearm are all moving together. So if you have a mechanism that can put a key down easily, then like anything in life, we have to be positioned in that mechanism in a way that gives us the best mechanical advantage for that activity. So what does that mean? So what that means is that when we are at the piano, we need to have the playing unit level with the surface of the white keys. For instance, if I'm sitting very low, you can see that most of the weight, I'm going to actually pull this behind, excuse the lack of formality, but I think it's more important that you see my arm because this will be important to you. So you can see that my elbow is considerably lower than the surface of the white keys. Now, when I put a key down, most of the weight is going into my elbow. So I'm not getting the kind of support to the finger that I need if this were in a different position. Likewise, if I'm sitting very, very, very high, I might even have to get some things to show you. If I'm sitting very, very high and my elbow is way above the key, I have no ability to get the weight into my finger. So generally, what can happen in situations like that is that the wrist will drop. Once the wrist drops to get weight to the finger, the weight is going down here where my wrist is. So a very simple way to help either yourself discover it, or if you're dealing with this issue with a student, is to extend a book the height of the white keys, and then rest your forearm on top of that book and see if the bottom of your forearm is either level or slightly above that. I always feel better just very slightly above the level of the white keys. That enables the finger, hand, and arm to go down into the keyboard and give full support to any finger. Now, we have more specific information about the alignment of each part of this mechanism. So why is that important? There are a number of things that pianists, if you choose to do that, will result in some kind of symptom. And I wanted to go over that with you because I think it can be very helpful even if there's some degree of observation of these things to avoid them. One I already discussed, which is isolating. The moment a finger lifts away from the hand and the forearm, meaning the hand and the forearm are immobile, they're not moving, you're just moving a finger, we call that isolating. Whenever we isolate a finger, it has no power. That finger cannot put the key down easily by itself. It's very difficult and will work very hard to have the finger put down, having the finger alone put the key down. Now, like I said, once it's connected to the hand and forearm, there's absolutely no difficulty in putting a key down. So that's the importance of not isolating. The next thing I'd like to talk about is curling, because curling comes from a great tradition, which is partly correct. The interesting thing about so many things that we're taught along the way is that there are portions of those things that are actually correct. There are portions of those things that are valuable. What I have not encountered, and I had 12 piano teachers before Mrs. Taubman, was somebody who could explain it in a way that all the parts made sense, that they all fit together, which I very much hope we're going to be able to discuss in the 2 sessions. So getting back to curling, from an early age, I think many people will say, okay, you have to have a good hand position to play the piano. But in the description of that hand position, very often it's been described as holding an apple or holding a ball, which has made the fingers curl into a curled position. Now, if you're somewhere comfortable and you'd like to try this along with me, I invite you to do this, which is to make your hand seem like it's holding a ball. Curl the fingers. Now, when you curl your fingers like that, you should feel a certain amount of tightness. Now try to move them. You're sort of moving them through some kind of tightness. Then shake your hand out by the side and bring it up and just observe it. And what you observe is actually there's already a natural curve without doing anything. Now, in that natural curve, those fingers can move effortlessly. So try moving your fingers in a way from the main knuckle joint. So that's another very important factor, is where do fingers move from? The fingers move most effectively and efficiently from the main knuckle joint. You can feel the difference when they curl and try to move and when they're in the natural state and try to move. It's also very important to understand those parameters. So it's not better if they're straightened. So you're going to realize in a way that it's difficult to discuss piano technique because the answers lie very much in the middle. They don't lie in big exaggerations of things. The way the body functions normally, in a way, is so subtle that we don't really notice. And that's also why it was so undetected. Because when somebody plays the piano well, it's an effortless, intuitive act. And even if you have to learn and have those things stimulated, it has to result eventually in that same experience of being effortless and intuitive. So we've discussed the fingers not curling, but the answer is not to straighten them. The answer really is to try to observe and bring your hand up in its natural state without doing anything and experience the freedom of moving the fingers. Now, I'd like to discuss another aspect of the fingers, which is when the fingers stretch. Now, what do I mean by stretching? I mean when fingers move away from each other sideways with the adductor abductor muscles. And very often, this is what people are doing to move across the instrument. They're stretching their fingers to move. Even in broken octaves, they're trying to stretch the finger to make the distance. Now, what's very interesting is fingers go up and down very easily when they're in the normal relationship to each other, meaning not crowded together and not stretched. The moment we stretch the fingers out, you can feel how difficult it is for them to go up and down. And there's actual medical proof of this, because this is what medical doctors call co-contraction. You're engaging the abductor adductor muscles at the same time you're engaging the extensors and the flexors. When two muscle groups try to work at the same time, what's important as a pianist is to know that we feel tension. We feel tension. So it's very clear from two dimensions that we have to have the involvement of something behind the finger. And for some people, this might be in and of itself sort of old hat, but for other people, this might be quite a new opening, that it's playing the piano and developing it as a pianist is not merely just a case of exercising fingers. In fact, it's counterproductive. So if, in fact, that the finger does not have to isolate if the hand and the forearm come down with it to play a key, then there has to be some way that we can move the finger, hand, and arm to move across the keyboard. So the forearm is capable of moving us quickly across the keyboard. And we're going to get to that today, but I just wanted to presence the feeling of stretching and trying to move the fingers, and that we have a way that you won't have to experience that kind of tightness in order to play well. Another thing pianists do is twist. And I can show you, there's a handout, and you have your first example there. One of the examples, sorry, is a Bach invention, actually. And I wanted to show you, first I wanted to define what twisting is. So I'm going to show you from above. So twisting is when the hand and fingers turn opposite to the direction of the forearm, meaning they turn to the extreme range of motion to the right or the extreme range of motion to the left. Now you might say, oh, I would never do something like that. But there are situations at the piano that without proper knowledge will create that experience of turning. Now, if you're experiencing injury or difficulty, I wouldn't recommend trying this on yourself, but if you feel very healthy and you just want to experience what this is like, when the hand turns to the side, and I would encourage you not to go to the extreme range, just slightly to the side, you can feel how impeded the lifting of the hand is in this position. You put the hand in the center and the hand can move up and down very easily. It turns to the side and there's difficulty in lifting and dropping the hand. Now, we need to be able to lift and drop our hands to play the piano. So it's essential that we be able to do that with freedom. Okay, so why does twisting occur? Well, we're going to get into that in the second session, but I want to show you right away one of the things that a pianist is confronted with, which is if you start this D minor invention and we don't do anything, we have a situation now where our fourth finger is on the A and our fifth finger has to play that B flat next. The only way that I can accomplish that is to twist over to that finger. Can you see? And then what's really brutal about this passage is the next finger is the thumb, and you see where it is. I have to twist in the opposite direction to get there. So you can see these kinds of twisty motions are what give pianists difficulties, fatigue, and in a lot of cases pain, generally in the sides of the wrist and very often in the elbow. A lot of elbow discomfort is related to this twisting. I'm going to talk about the in and out movements after I talk about rotation, which I think will happen in the second session. But I wanted to give you an idea that this is a completely solvable problem. Because if I just begin to move my finger, hand, and arm, remember the playing unit, we move as a unit, in towards the fall board, I accomplish two things. My fifth finger is no longer twisting, and my thumb is no longer twisting. So you can see that I can create an effortless situation. It doesn't matter how many hours somebody would practice. If they're practicing with twisting like this and twisting like this, the passage is never going to feel any better. It's never a question of muscles having to get used to something. That is not going to help. There is no evidence that muscles can build. Those small muscles of the fingers can be built. They're not muscles that can be built. It's much more advantageous to think along the lines of how do I need to move easily and to make the passage feel easy. So let's go to the whole notion of establishing that we need a certain alignment. So we need an alignment of ourself to the piano. So what are the options? So we talked about the levelness of the forearm to the instrument. Well, then, in order to do that, it's going to bring into question how high or low are we sitting, which brings into question sitting. So we want to be at the best mechanical advantage to the instrument to do the task well. So what does that mean? That means that in getting the forearm level with the surface of the white keys, you have to adjust the bench. Many benches are too low. So sometimes you need certain pads or a book or something to get the student or yourself high enough, or sometimes you need to find a lower bench if it's sitting too low. it's very interesting, but sitting has very little to do with the overall height of a person. What it has to do with is the distance of the shoulder to the elbow in relationship to the overall torso. So in my case, I have a slightly long upper arm. So that's why the bench is actually a little bit higher, to bring my forearm in position with the surface of the white keys. This you have to find. You can also put the book and take a picture and see where you are. That will help. So that brings us into, how does the torso behave at the instrument? And one of the things that is very important is that we need to be balanced in the direction of the instrument. So we can't be in this position where we feel the weight going backwards. It's as if you were standing up, and just imagine yourself standing up, and you were subtly going to balance yourself to the heels of your feet. You would feel your entire body center of gravity behind you. It wouldn't even take that much of an adjustment to feel that. You can come back to the center, and then you can just subtly shift to the balls of your feet. We want the kind of position of the torso and the finger, hand, and arm to be in that position, one where we're slightly toward the piano. So in doing that, we can't sit all the way in the back of the chair like this. Once I sit all the way in the back of the chair, my weight is going backwards behind me. It's sort of in the middle, or 2/3 of the bench in front. So I'll show you here. You can see I'm not totally in the back of the bench. That enables the torso to feel in the direction of the instrument. As we go to the instrument, there's a slight give of the torso forward. That means you're sitting on your sit bones, and your feet are balancing, helping you balance, actually. There's stability. But this only takes care of how to get to the piano. We still have that job I talked before about, that we have to move left and right. So what should happen in the torso is it should accommodate these movements. There's a handout for the Mozart example in B flat. This passage going up. Now it's very interesting, although the passage doesn't span an enormous distance of the piano, it spans enough that if I remain stationary in one place, by the time I get here, I feel completely fatigued. I feel tired and unable to control those higher notes. It's a very, very simple solution, actually. The torso has this capability, once on the sit bones, to move laterally to the right and slightly toward the piano. So there's a slight diagonal movement that can facilitate that passage. I'm going to do it 2 ways. The first way I showed you, and here's the second way. I can tell you that I feel completely different at the end of the passage, and you can try it yourself. I don't think you saw a lot, but what I was doing, as I was going up, my torso was going slightly more towards the piano and over to the right. It puts my whole torso supporting my playing mechanism. Remember, the playing unit is the finger, the hand, and the forearm. That's together. My body is moving in service of my playing mechanism, not the other way around. That's why it's important, and this is so interesting, because very often pianists will say, well, I watched Rubinstein play and he doesn't move at all. And it's actually not true. Once you're tuned in to movement, you see that actually Rubinstein moves quite a lot, but in very small degrees. So you can see, if I do this passage from above, the degree of movement to the right is not enormous. It's not enormous, but it's enough to feel really good. Very different than this. I feel very isolated up there. I don't feel in as much control. So that led Taubman to understand that there are basic principles related to the torso. First of all, the torso cannot stay straight at attention in a stiff way. And the torso cannot collapse in. So there's, like I said, there aren't extremes here. Very often people will say, well, I want the student to have good posture, so sit up straight. But in the moment you sit up straight, I want you to try something. Try to drop your arms while you're pulling your torso up straight in a rigid way. Then just be at ease. I'm not asking you to collapse. That's another extreme on the other side. Just at ease. And you see, you can lift and drop your forearms effortlessly. So that's why we know we can't get a fixed position called I need to be always up like this, or I always need to force my shoulders down, or I always need to, round myself. It's not like that. It's at ease as it is in nature. And then once you're on your sit bones and the torso is at ease, it can move according to what one is playing. So if I'm playing something that's going up into the treble, the adjustments of the forearm are such that I move to the right and slightly forward. Why do I move slightly forward? If I only move to the right, I feel like that teapot that's going to tip over. I feel off balance in a way. So we can't just move left and right like this. It's a combination of movement, which is, as I'm moving to the right, I'm moving slightly forward to the piano. Obviously, if I'm moving in the other direction, it's the mirror image. So you can see that I've moved to the base of the piano. I am moving slightly to the left and a little bit forward. And that facilitates, I really feel that I'm there. But if I don't move, I can't even really control the keys, as you saw. And I wasn't pretending to make a mistake, but that's what happens. I can get to about here, but this is I can't even reach the note. So it's just common sense that the body has to move, but it doesn't move in some random, unorganized way. It moves in a way relevant to what one is playing. So what are the other situations that we have when we play the piano? It's actually not infinite. We have playing the piano when we go to the treble. We have playing piano when we go to the bass. We have playing piano when we are in front of our body. So if I'm playing something that's in front of my body, I need to move my body slightly back. Why? So that my arms can get in front. So if I don't do that, this passage with my body here, I can show you from above, with my body here, I'm just incredibly crowded here. I can't get any freedom. So just moving slightly over here, I can play the passage much more easily just by a simple adjustment of my torso. The other and last situation that we have is when we have to play our hands at the extreme ranges. So when we play at the extreme ranges, then the torso actually goes slightly toward the piano. If I stay here, it's a very different feeling than keeping the torso back and trying to play and control at the extreme ranges. So the torso, as we go to extreme ranges of the piano, makes a movement, very slight movement toward the piano. And that gives us a completely different internal feeling. What's very interesting about piano technique and the subtlety of piano technique is that when piano technique is done well, it's relatively invisible. And this is why it's been so difficult to understand what's actually going on, and 10 million times more difficult to teach it to someone, because so much of what's happening is so small and so microscopic. What she was able to do, and it's to this day, it's phenomenal to me, that she understood that there were components and that somehow these components combined to produce something greater than the sum of the parts. But in order for us to understand it, we do have to understand the parts, always keeping in mind that those parts fit together. I want to give you a context to understand what I'm talking about, in which I would ask you to refer to often, because we are talking about a lot of details. But however, what are those details like? The details are like the experience of learning to ride a bicycle. When we all learn to ride a bicycle, depending on our coordination level, but a lot of us, we had some help. We had maybe somebody holding the seat and balancing us, giving us directions. Maybe we had some training wheels. We had help. But eventually, after somebody taught us how to steer, has taught us how to pedal, we get this kind of dimension of balance. And suddenly, after that moment, you're just riding. You're not consciously steering. You're not consciously pedaling. In fact, those things go into your automatic being in a way. And it's very weird and strange to actually tune into something that's working automatically. Ride a bicycle and say to yourself, what are my feet doing right now? And as you feel them pedaling, it's very strange. So this is what's happening here. We're trying to understand the components of playing and how those components get put together in order to have a whole that is greater than the sum of the parts, something that just functions. It's like putting a machine up and running. We are interested in the up and running part mostly, but in order to get it up and running, you have to make sure that the parts are right. You have to make sure the pieces of the parts are put together correctly. You have to make sure that all of those parts are in the correct sizes to each other. So in a way, I just want to say that is in essence what we're doing here. It's very, very different than general suggestions. I mean, I could remember in all of my education, people making very general and somewhat helpful suggestions, like what we end up, we'll talk about shaping, talking about it in terms of, well, just ride the waves. Just feel like you're on the ocean and you're riding the waves. And there's some sense of movement, but it's very general, and it can move something off being stuck, but it generally doesn't really solve it long term. So it's important to understand what we're dealing with. We are dealing with parts. So like I said at the beginning, we're dealing in two different dimensions. We're dealing in the dimension of alignment, and we're dealing in the dimension of movement. Why are they related? They're intrinsically related in this very simple example. If you have a seesaw, this stable point, this alignment point, is crucial to how the plank will move. If this is positioned in a place like over here, that plank does not have the freedom and amplitude that it has when it's positioned perfectly. The body really is no different. We have places that we have to have positions that enable us to move well. So the alignment of the body is very important. We just went through the whole idea of the torso, how it lines up and how it moves. Let's talk more specifically about the playing mechanism, because that has very specific principles of movement and alignment. Sorry. Excuse me 1 second. So let's talk about the playing mechanism from the level of the fingers all the way back. What should be happening, what should not be happening? We already touched on the fingers. The fact is we don't curl the fingers to feel good, and we don't straighten them. Natural curve. That means that there is a knuckle here, which we call the middle knuckles. So we call this area the middle knuckles. We can't obliterate middle knuckles and move well. The minute we do that, it's tight. You can see when you straighten your fingers and try to lift them, you already feel the tension across here. When they're in the natural shape, you don't feel any tension across here. This is where fingers move from. Now, very interestingly, many piano teachers will always ask me the question, this last knuckle joint right here on their students collapses in. How do we stop that? It's very interesting because you can't actually correct this problem without connecting it through the hand and the forearm. Solving that problem is a question of the finger receiving the support of the hand and the forearm. Once it does, there's a certain contacting of the fingertip with the key that enables it not to collapse back. So we have the position of the fingers. What is the position of the hand or wrist? The wrist is very crucial, and this is a big sort of point in lots of different types of piano pedagogy, what to do with the wrist. I will say this, the wrist is a fulcrum that has to connect the fingers in the hand to the forearm. If we have the wrist in any extreme position, extremely up or extremely down, you're not going to be unified. That's very different than saying the wrist doesn't move. The wrist moves. It moves by virtue that it is connecting the forearm to the hand. So when I'm playing, the wrist is going up and down, definitely going up and down. It is not going up and down as an isolated motion. It is not doing that motion independent of the unit. It is doing it as part of the unit. And we're going to get to a lot of that when I discuss shaping. But just for our purposes of alignment, this is where the wrist should be, basically level, at a place where you can feel that the tip of your finger is connected to your elbow. And you can feel that on each finger. So I can't have the wrist here, and I can't have the wrist up here. That brings us, if we work backwards, to our elbow. What are the issues of the elbow? So, like I said before, nothing is in a fixed position, but we're talking about a starting position. What's a general starting position? When I play a finger, my elbow should not be held up and away. And this kind of thing, when people are asked to hold their elbows up, that can give a tremendous amount of pain to the upper back, also to the neck. Try walking around your home all day long like this, and see how well you'll feel at the end of the evening. But pianists are doing this for hours. They're told this is the position you must play the piano in. They're holding the elbows up, and then they're in excruciating pain by the end of the day. Just understanding that the elbow has to be in a position that makes the finger, hand, and arm move up and down easily. So I can't collapse it in because I can't find that motion. I can't hold it out because I also can't find that motion, but also debilitating issues with the upper arm and back, neck. So elbow as a starting place really is behind kind of the third finger. That's the general position of the elbow and a starting position. That leads us to what's going on in the shoulder. So in the shoulder, you should not start with the shoulder held up, but the answer is not to relax it down. Once it relaxes down, all kinds of weight are falling on the key in an unhealthy way. We can't have so much weight on the bottom of the key that we can't move. We need exactly the amount of weight to make it feel easy, no more and no less. Something that you can relate to maybe is the idea of running. You know, if you have a good pair of shoes on, you feel the kind of momentum in your body, you feel you can run easily. But if you put on cement shoes, very heavy shoes, and you try to run, it's like running through mud. And people who release a ton of weight into the bottom of the key have this difficulty with moving quickly, note to note. But likewise, I'm always saying, trying to be responsible for the extremes. The answer is not to hold the weight up, because when you hold your weight up, you can't have no momentum either. And I always say, try running without allowing your body to settle on the ground. Hold your body up and try to run fast. We can't do it. So this is crucial, this whole notion that the finger, hand, and arm have to land on the bottom of the key is very, very crucial. So the shoulder should neither be held up nor actively relaxed down. It's just in a place where you're able to move the whole unit like this. So I thought maybe, before I discuss the next topic, if there were maybe a few questions that I can understand, maybe a little bit of what you're hearing and what might be unclear to you. If somebody would like to write a question in the chat, I think it's possible to write in the chat at this point. I think it is. So if somebody would like to write in the chat, or maybe it's easier just to unmute.
Yes, so I have a question. Just
Yes.
about the last thing you said with the shoulder. Do you, like you said, you shouldn't relax it downwards, but like, is the shoulder relaxed, like in a just normal position, or is it like a bit held up?
Yes, that's a very good question. So I can answer it very directly, which is it's just neutral. In other words, it's not the feeling of holding it up, and it's not the feeling of pushing it down. It's the feeling of just neutral. We say at ease kind of feeling. Does that address your question?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks.
Sure. Another question?
About the micro movements of the wrist in landing, for example. Is that visible when you instruct people? You see an elastic reaction of the wrist not being stiff, but still stable in the unit.
There's no additional movement of the wrist. In other words, when I land, that's actually where it stops. Now, many people will say that that's tense. Actually, it's not. It's like when you put your foot down, when you're walking, if you're walking and you put your foot down, your body just naturally goes over that foot. You don't put the foot down and buckle the knee a little bit. That it's a loss of unity when that happens. Now, I must say, in my experience, that people will often say my wrist is tight, or I have fatigue in my wrist and I need to relax it. And sometimes they even choose places in the piece to relax it from. I want you to consider this. That's coming from how you're lining yourself up and how you're moving note to note. What we try to do are solve those issues. We try to solve the problem in terms of how is it going into the key and how is it moving key to key. Once we take away the things that create tension, there's no need to relax from something, which is very important to understand that we're not a relaxation technique. In other words, what our job is to get rid of anything that stops something from moving well and fast and easily. We don't accomplish that by relaxing, because say the passage doesn't feel good, for instance, for the result of twisting, like this passage. It doesn't matter how much you say to yourself to relax, it's never going to feel good. So that we're coming from a different perspective. We're coming from, let's get to the root cause of the problem. A lot of what I see in terms of people feeling like they need to relax the wrist is because so many other things are creating the tension. Stretching, when they stretch their fingers, when they twist, when they drop the wrist actually creates problem, when they curl the fingers, when they isolate, when they try to just do it with fingers only, when they try to do exercises where they lift the fingers very high and away from the hand. Those kinds of things are tension producing. And then it sets up a vicious circle of relaxing. And my question always to people is, after how many years of that cycle, tense and then relax and tense and relax, in an intelligent person is it supposed to work? I mean, do we need 20 years, 30 years, 40 years? I mean, end of the career? Who knows? And I'm giving another paradigm for the solution, which is, let's not talk about needing to actively relax. We're going to move freely, yes, but we don't have to actively relax, because the way in which you're going to see how to move is not going to reduce tension. Okay, there are some things in the chat. Alignment and movement you mentioned means the principles of optimization of movements under loading and performance constraints. Yes, what I'm showing, yes, that's a very good question. What I'm showing are not extrinsic exercises that one does in order to someday just play. What I'm showing is a deconstruction of when one's playing well. So everything that we're doing and we do in the teaching is with an eye on how this is moving into playing, practical playing. Okay.
I have one question, if I
Yes.
may. You mentioned the last knuckle caving in is a relation of the whole arm, in relation of the whole arm due to not being in relation with the whole arm. But
Yes.
like if I'm teaching kids to start in a right position, I always see their last knuckle caving in. Is their last knuckle like strong enough to because I think that they might be able to make it as a relation of the whole arm, but I'm not sure if their last knuckle is strong enough to take the weight of the whole arm, if you understand what I mean.
No, I do. I do. I think I understand what you're saying. It's an excellent question. The answer is quite the opposite. See, it's not a question of that knuckle joint being strong enough. It's a question of that knuckle joint getting the needed support in order to maintain itself.
Okay. And how does it get the necessary support?
Because when you're lined up, that means that the finger is connected to the weight of the hand and connected to the weight of the forearm. I'm not talking about a ton of weight. I'm talking about enough weight to overcome the key resistance.
Okay.
Okay? When that happens, that finger gets enough support to maintain that knuckle.
Okay, so that will come naturally when everything is done
That's right.
correctly.
If you get the weight forward over that, what I would try, several things I would try. I would also do the whole thing with balancing on the balls of the feet. Try to instill that the forearm is balancing over the pad of the finger. So that's where we play. We play on the pads of the fingers. We don't play on the nail. So we don't play with touching the nail. It's slightly, the contact point is slightly behind that nail. That's where it feels most comfortable and most solid. Now, one thing you can do as a teacher is you can come and give a feeling of that knuckle, the support, so that they can then feel how the arm can support that. So you can show them that it's possible, that they don't have to let it go in. See, that going in is a reaction. It's a reaction to the finger is not strong enough by itself to overcome the key. So what you're seeing as a weakness, yes, it is when the finger is isolated. The way around that is there's no way to exercise that knuckle. There's nothing you can do. It's not going to get better. But what you can do is give them the feeling that they're not going to let it go beyond where it is. People have to do this when they're quote unquote double jointed. And that what's making that possible is the balance of that arm and forearm over that contact point. Once they feel the unity, that's when those things go away, like the collapsed knuckles.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Anyone else? Maybe one more question before I go on. Oh, this is a very good question. The intensity of the sound is correlated to the velocity of the key movement. For example, to the early force time impulse, not to the intensity of the absolute force. How do you bring this in the didactic methods? That's excellent. It's a point that I was going to go to next. So let's go from there into what I'm going to be discussing next. So we can have all the greatest alignments and all the greatest positions and everything, but we still have to deal with a mechanism, a machine actually called a piano, and that piano has certain principles. What's important to understand about the piano principle is that the key goes down a certain distance, 3/8 of an inch generally, and it stops. That's what is called the escapement. At that moment, there's a kind of click, And in that click, the hammer is sent to the string for sound. So that click is not on the bottom of the key. It is 3/8 from the surface. It's closer to the surface than the bottom. So it's important to understand that in terms of creating sound. So if you aim to the bottom of that key, undoubtedly you will force, and that was one of the things that I talked about when pianists do incorrectly, is they force. And when you force, every action has a reaction equal and opposite. So when you're hitting at the piano, in essence, the piano is hitting back at you, which in very practical terms we can experience. Have you ever experienced trying to play faster and there's a lot of effort, and the faster you try to play, the slower it feels, like you're trying to get faster through something, through like mud or something. That's generally when the aiming at the piano is not actually correct. So let's talk about what should happen. There's an aiming to this point of what we call the point of sound, and the rest of it is a follow through. By the time I'm on the bottom of the key, there's no more effort down. I'm not adding effort on the bottom of the key. I'm also not holding my weight up off the key. I'm just rested and balanced. Now, I can speed that up to a certain degree, and the faster it goes, the key, the louder it's going to be. Now, the interesting thing is it does get louder, but it also gets harsher. Now, we know that pianists can have, even someone with a slight stature like Alicia de la Rocha can have a very big sound, and sometimes children can have a very big sound. How is that possible? Because we can time that key in a certain way that the velocity is altered, and it's all within a very narrow range, but makes a very big difference, particularly on a sensitive instrument. So why I make the case, the figure would be very difficult to organize itself to have different speeds and weights. What varies speed as a pianist is the degree of weight we have. The weight is correlate to the speed. When we think a little bit, letting go of a little bit more weight, we actually alter the speed as a result of it. Because there's no way that we as pianists can relate to speed alone. Nobody can relate to playing a piece of music and think, oh, at the climax, I'm going to go 72.3 miles an hour down into the key. We don't relate to playing the instrument that way, but we can relate to the kinesthetic experience of weight. And when we have weight, we can go into the key very slowly for a soft sound with just enough weight to feel comfortable. And as we let go of weight, and we do a lot of things with having people understand what it is to let go of weight, that weight can get us a bigger and bigger sound without crossing the boundary of speed, which makes it harsh. Now, you might ask, but it's not as loud. It's a very interesting experiment was done with sound, meaning when someone went very fast into the key, there was an initial sound that was loud and a very quick drop off of the sound. When someone went into the key ever so slightly slower, the sound wave was more mellifluous. So that actually helps us when we have sounds that carry to create lines of music, even in a very loud and big kind of effect. So we do talk about how to aim. So the proper way to aim at the instrument is to aim for the point of sound and allow the forearm to continue to the bottom like a follow through. But on the bottom of the key, the wrist never follows through. That would break the unity, and then it's very difficult to move to the next key. What is aiming about? Aiming is like this. We have a tennis racket, the ball is coming. We're aiming the tennis racket to the surface of the tennis ball, and we're continuing past it. We're not stopping at the surface of the tennis ball, and we're not hitting the tennis ball and adding velocity and speed and weight afterwards. So that's why it's important to understand where the point of sound is and how to aim effectively to the point of sound. so that you're not aiming to the bottom of the key, but aiming to the point of sound and falling. It's not something that's very effective in conversation. It's much more effective to show somebody at the piano itself. And it evolves out of beginning to move well. So our tactic is to line people up well, teach them to move well, and then begin to use that for the production of sound. We talk a lot about sound production and sound control and differences of texture and color, and also phrasing and how to connect notes orally and such. Okay, I wanted to move from this, about the timing of the key, to really a very big area, which I think I'll begin today and then finish next time we're together, which is, if we've been following along and can kind of understand where she was coming from, she understood the finger, hand, and arm had to be connected in some way. So if she's saying that the finger, hand, and arm has to be connected to put the key down, then there has to be some way that the finger, hand, and arm can move key to key. And this is something that I've never heard explained anywhere, was how do we move from key to key? So the issue is this: if I have to be connected, I have to discover a way in which my hand and forearm can move in relationship to my fingers. Well, there are possibilities in the forearm. The forearm can move laterally. But if you try it with me, this pure lateral motion is never as fast as the fingers. The fingers can go up and down very, very fast. You can try it with me. But they can never, the forearm can never stay up with that speed. Now, the forearm can go up and down, but that would never be as fast as the fingers, and it wouldn't solve the problem of going left and right. So how do we solve the problem of going left and right? We solve the problem of going left and right by realizing that the forearm does have a very specific capability. It has the capability, the hand and the forearm, to rotate. So there are two bones in the arm, and you can think of one being stationary and the other bone revolving around the stationary one. When you do that, the finger, hand, and arm are rotating. Now, this rotational motion is as fast as the fingers. And this was an insight she had because she read some medical journals where they were rehabilitating people from certain injuries, car accident, whatever. And they were measuring the speed of the finger against the speed of the forearm. And when they determined that those speeds were very much the same or very close, they considered it a successful recovery. So she understood, oh, they know that the finger can move as fast as the forearm, and the forearm can move as fast as the finger. So if we're talking about moving left and right, this motion can move left and right as fast as the fingers can play up and down. So what does this mean? This made her realize that forearm rotation is an integral part of producing a first-class technique that works well, plays evenly, articulately fast, and also feels good. Why is that? What does it get rid of? Well, rotation gets rid of stretching. If I don't have my hand and forearm connected to my finger, then my finger has to reach over there. I'm going to talk about just merely an octave. If I'm not allowed to move my hand and my forearm, then my finger is going to have to go over there. We know that when the fingers are isolated, they're not going to feel very good. Now, I could just move across like this, but it's a very slow movement in comparison to my finger. However, when that movement is combined with this motion, I can do it very quickly. Now, I accomplished moving from here to here very quickly without stretching my finger ahead. Did you see how I can move here very quickly? I could move further. So her first discovery was that the finger, hand, and arm, when they were aligned and connected, like we've been talking about, can also move in a particular way that unifies the playing mechanism. The rotational motion unifies the mechanism. So if you go to the handout, you can see how this becomes very helpful. If we go to the Bach Musette, actually, let's go to that. And this is a very famous piece for people, and mostly people have some difficulty with the leap that occurs in measure 3. Right here. And then this one. So if you're teaching this, watch the beauty of the rotational movement and how it assists us. First of all, in the left hand, you can see how if I use the rotation, I can go back and forth very easily. If I don't have the rotation and I just have a lateral motion, you can compare that in yourself. So it's important to understand, what is the rotational movement? It's a movement from the tip of the third finger to the elbow. It turns towards our body and towards the floor. This is the motion that I'm talking about. You can experience that. If I go to the left, I can then swing to the right. So this is what we call single rotations. So I just want to give you a term. This is a single rotation. Whenever we're moving opposite to the direction of the note, I'm going left, right, left, right. It's like anything in physics. If you have a slingshot, you pull it back to go forward. If you have archery, you pull it back to go forward. If you're bowling, you go back to go forward. If you're batting, you go back to... It's the way physics works. And this is what she understood, that we can go left, right, and it will bring us across the instrument very easily. It always works in conjunction with some degree of lateral movement and some degree of down, because we learn that that's what we do pedagogically. We teach people the end. What does it feel like to put a key down as a unit? And then we teach people, how do you move to keep that unit that way? Now, the nice thing here is when I come to the thumb at the end of the second measure, I flip over. You see how I just rotate over? And that brings me to that F sharp very easily. Likewise, in the other hand, I'll show you from above, maybe easier. I flip over the thumb and it brings me right to here. So that makes that leap feel very secure. If I don't have the rotation, that's where you see things when people do things like, oh, what happened? They get disoriented because there's suddenly a leap and the body doesn't know how to do it. When we have leaps and you understand how to do it through rotation, it really, really, really helps. Particularly helps if we go from the 4th to the 5th measure, because, and I recommend 3-1 in the bass because it takes away that big leap. So I would recommend 3-1. Now the right hand, you see how I can turn and go here. Now I'm showing it in an exaggerated way so you can see it. But that makes this distance feel very secure. At no point in this process is my finger, hand, and arm disengaged from each other. They're unified in the playing of the first note. They're unified in the movement, which we call the preparatory motion. They're unified as I travel across the instrument, and they're unified as I go into the key. And this is what gives the security, is not to separate parts of the mechanism in order to get from one place on the instrument to another. So you can see how the rotation is getting us back and forth. Kids are so intuitive and kids love to feel comfortable and free, that one of the greatest things you can do if you want an exercise, I don't really talk about exercises, but if you want an exercise, something for a child to do, I highly recommend showing them how to turn left and right, and just going up the interval of a fifth. And developing this sense of moving across the instrument. And as they get good at it, they get so excited. You say, you know what, next week we're going to go up a note from there. And then they do a sixth. And you say, wow, you did so great with that. We're going to go to a seventh. And you say, fantastic, we made it all the way to the octave. And you have octaves like this. Then you have this piece. So this is how you develop, not just to assign a piece because, well, time for you to play the pathétique. No, we want to instill the tools, the ways in which the body needs to move in order to fulfill on those demands. So we're going to talk a lot about that. It's not that different in advanced music. I mean, if you look at the Black Key Etude, I think there's a handout for that. It's very simple. It's all single rotation. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. All single rotation. Now, as I'm demonstrating it, obviously I'm exaggerating it. I'm exaggerating it so you can see it. There's a whole process that we do that then minimizes that motion so that it doesn't even look. And this is why it's so difficult for people to understand what to go and train people with. It's easier to assign a book of exercises. It's easier to just say, do this for a certain amount of time. It's easier to say, go to the gym and exercise your body, or exercise this, or use a contraption where you put your fingers in a contraption and tape them and lift them up to gain strength. That's very, in my opinion, very one-dimensional. What is really going on is what's actually happening in the body when one plays. And this. There's not one moment there that's not a single rotation. It's all the skill of single rotation. It's just that it's minimized and it's in a form that you don't see it so much with the naked eye. Now, the single rotation is actually more visible with the naked eye than what we're about to discuss in a moment. So when you'll see it in isolated moments, like you'll see people do things like this, trill. And you'll see that there's something happening here. That is a very highly developed single rotation skill. So all trills, whether it's 2-3, 2-4, are all single rotation skills. Another single rotation trill, and you have a handout for it, is looking at the beginning of the beautiful Mozart sonata that children often play. Alberti basses. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. All of that skill in the left hand is all single rotation. One direction gives the next. And it's a momentum system. You feel eventually that inside of your arm, you just need what you need. In other words, I don't have to prove the point by going way and over like this and exaggerate. Just the playing of the key. But you can kind of see that there's something happening in my forearm. You have to take my word for it. That is a result of training those rotational movements in. So that solves our dilemma when notes go opposite to each other. But what happens when notes go in the same direction? Say the first part of that scale. Well, we can't just make one overall rotation and go, maybe it's better to show you here. If I make one overall rotation, I end up subsequently off balance on every other note. This was good. This was good, but all of the rest of those are now off balance. So she understood that there was something else going on. And this, I would say, is the most challenging thing to understand, which is to understand the double rotation. it's difficult to understand this, and it's not difficult to learn it with an experienced Taubman teacher. They will guide you through it if it's something that's interesting to you. But it is a very precise and expert movement. It is not a general suggestion. It is very, very specific and has to be done in a very specific way. But I do want to give you an insight into it, which is this. If I'm going here, I will show you from above. In order to be balanced on the next note, I actually have to make a double rotation, which is I have to turn opposite to where I'm going to be, just like the baseball bat, just like the tennis racket. And that will put me perfectly in alignment on the key. If I don't do that and I just continue moving, I'll be off balance. So the double rotation is a way to create a perfect balance on every note. Now, there's the way we train it, and there's the way we encourage it into speed. So there are different iterations of this concept. And I like to explain it this way. If you have an ice cube, it's H2O in solid form. And if it melts, it's called liquid. If you heat it, it becomes steam and then it evaporates. But there is moisture in the air, and we know when there's moisture in the air, not because we see the moisture, but because we know the effects of no moisture. When there's no moisture in the air, then we get dry, we can't speak, all those kinds of things. There are symptoms. We will not eventually see the double rotation, but we know when it's not there because there are symptoms. Somebody is not able to play evenly. Somebody is not able to play easily. Somehow the tempo is not met. These are the sort of pitfalls. The other thing is that they get symptoms. There's tightness in the forearm, can be in the upper arm, can be in the back, can be everywhere, just by not having the implementation of a double rotation. It's very interesting in all my work, and especially my work with very advanced pianists, that motion is somewhere in their body. They have done it somewhere. It's generally just not connected to all the rest that it needs to be connected, and it's not consistent enough, but it's not completely foreign. So what we do is we start with 4 fingers, and we train someone to rotate and to get to the 4th finger and do what is called the preparatory motion. So in the preparatory motion from 4 to 3, I'm turning clockwise and I'm playing counterclockwise. You can see that when I turn, the whole playing unit is staying together. So I'm not turning from the wrist, I'm not turning with lifting from the wrist or dropping from the wrist. Nothing in the mechanism needs to alter. As is, it turns as a unit and comes back to the 4th finger, comes back to the 3rd finger, comes back to the 2nd finger, comes back to the thumb. Going up, I can rotate from 1 to 2, double rotation to the 3, double rotation to the 4, and double rotation to the 5. So we have now an ability to show and explain the interaction of these 2 movements. So I showed you the single rotations here, and now I just showed you a double. So a single rotation is defined by going into the key and continuing in the same direction that you played, giving you the motion back. A double rotation means I have to re-articulate in the opposite direction, in this case clockwise, in order to play counterclockwise. Now, because I can't just continue counterclockwise, that puts me off balance. I have to do a new swing to the right, to play to the left. When I say right, I'm meaning clockwise, counterclockwise, or it's easier for you to think right, left. You can think that way also. Can I show you from here? So I have a single rotation on the first note. Now I'm doing a double rotation to 3, another double rotation to 2, another double rotation to the thumb. When I play the thumb, I'm continuing in the same direction, which gives me the motion back to the second finger. Double rotation to 3, double rotation to 4, double rotation to 5. At this point, we're not so concerned with beautiful sound. We don't want to bang, but it's going to sound rather notey. It's a mechanical adjustment that the body has to get used to. Now, once somebody is able to rotate in the what we call the descending direction and rotate in the ascending direction, it's really ready to deal with the thumb. So the thumb has to rotate only in one way, towards itself. This is the only way we can rotate to play the thumb. We can't rotate the opposite way to play the thumb. So the thumb always gets rotated towards itself. Once we do the thumb, we play the thumb and it's a single rotation to the second finger. A double rotation to the 3, a double rotation to the 4, a double rotation to the 5. The 5, if I want to continue back up, is now a single rotation to the 4. Don't be worried if this is super complicated. There's also several videos on our website, the Golansky Institute website. Also, they released something on tone bass, an app. I did a series of lectures on this very subject. If you want to see that, I think there's 14 days you can see that for free. But I want to just give you the general idea that we can't just move fingers left and right. That the way in which we move left and right is very much through the rotational movement. Look at the way it functions in an arpeggio. In an arpeggio, I have no choice. If I play here, if I don't have a finger that's connected to a hand and a forearm, I have to move my finger over to where that note is. That creates the stretching. To avoid the stretching, I'm going to play right on the 5th finger and send myself left to the 3rd finger. That motion allows my hand to stay in a normal relationship to each other. I'm no longer stretching my fingers. So it's not enough to say to a pianist, don't stretch. I mean, a lot of people will say, don't stretch, but what do you replace it with? You have to replace it with something that allows the hand not to have to stretch. So here I'm going to the 3rd finger. Now, when I land on 3, if I land on 3 already in position, and this is a very famous kind of practice method, if I land on 3, I'm already stretched over the next notes that I want to play. Once you're open in this way, stretched like this, try playing your fingers down. They'll feel very tense. So you can see that the rotation gets me to 3, and my 2 lands in a normal position to my 3. The rotation gets me sideways to the 2. My thumb is not here, it's here. And do you see how that single rotation can rotate me over the thumb to the 3rd finger? Single rotation to the 2 and a double rotation to the thumb. Now, as we get better at it and combine it with other motions, you're not going to see me do it. I'm getting there. I'm getting where I need to go, but I don't have any experience of stretching. Same thing going up. It's one thing. We're going to talk a lot about arpeggios in the next 2 weeks because they need other adjustments in addition to rotation. But what rotation solves is it solves the idea of being stretched over the notes in a position. That way of practicing, to tell a pianist to just look at their music and put everything in a position and then play the notes that are underneath their fingers, completely isolates the fingers from the motions of the hand and the forearm. And this is what creates eventually tremendous fatigue, problems, pain, injury, all the like. What is an alternative to all of that is that idea is not completely crazy. What that does is it tells me where my forearm should be in space. It tells me I shouldn't start with my forearm over here. I shouldn't start with my forearm over here. If you take the chord, it tells you where your forearm should be. But nonetheless, I cannot stretch my fingers over those notes and play down successfully. That will always result in a tension, which then sets up the vicious cycle of needing to relax from. Tense and relax, tense and relax. What if we don't get tense in the first place? This, as you see, when you put the movement in front of your body, this is an effortless motion. There's no tension involved in moving. It's active, it's alive, it's dynamic, but it's not tension producing. So as I train, I'm training myself to go to the second finger. You can see this is how we train. We train people not to reach forward and also to release the finger that they're on. That's a beautiful part of the rotation, because not only can it play a note, it can release the finger that you were already on. Here, we're going to talk more about the cross under later, but I just want you to get an idea of how, at any moment, if I stop, this is where my hand is. When you see me do it faster, it's combining with a few other motions that make it look like, oh, I'm very close to the key. It's not because I'm holding my fingers out over the keys. So I just want you to understand how the rotation functions in getting us laterally across the instrument. What happens eventually is, once we do a scale, and once we incorporate the in and out motions, which we'll discuss next time, there are two more areas I want to discuss, which is the in and out motions and what ties everything together, which is physical shaping. So you can't make a conclusion too much about this until you hear the whole sort of system in a way to understand how the parts all fit. But for right now, I wanted to say there is a process we go to where we minimize that double rotation and we make it smaller and only felt very small. It works on this principle. If you see a metronome, the old metronomes, now everybody has one on their phone so they don't see it, but the old metronomes that go click, 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 you'll see the top moving quite a bit. The bottom almost looks stationary, but it's that bottom motion that's enabling the top to be moved, to move. So that small motion actually generates the fingers being able to lift together and drop together. See, so this is why it's not a question of just an arm technique. It's not a question of just a finger technique. It's a question of the integration of those parts. As I lift my fingers, what happens is, from the knowledge of rotating, my hand and my forearm adjust to the lifting and accommodate the lifting of the fingers. It's a very different experience to lift the fingers straight to the ceiling and to lift the fingers in conjunction with the rotational movement. That rotational movement becomes so very small. That's why it was undetected. When I do this, I'm rotating and I'm doing double rotations, but you won't see them. I'm not performing double rotations. The double rotation got worked into my system as an automatic response. When I land, that's what's happening at a microscopic level. The finger is initiating, but instead of initiating to get to the next key with a hand and forearm that's uninformed as to what it needs to do, it has a minuscule, very tiny motion that enables all of that mechanism to work. We know in physics that the movement gets bigger further away from the source, and that's what's happening here. This is the source of it, but it is not the only thing. What you can see is that the fingers can lift very easily together with forearm rotation. And that tiny, tiny microscopic thing, we train people to feel it about this big. This is about as small as we can go with just minimizing the in and out and the rotation. What we can't do is fully minimize it unless we have shaping. When it combines with shaping, it really goes into the technique, and you don't see it, and you're not performing it. So I think it's a good place to stop with the information. It's an enormous amount of information to share with you. Any questions that you would have related to what I've said? I can read the chat, or if you want to unmute and ask, that's possible too.
Are there like any exceptions where you don't align or have or can align everything?
You can get aligned in every moment, yes.
All right.
It's just a question of skill, and skills are transferable. We'll talk a lot about that in the second session. It's very, it might be, the information might be very unusual, but you know, you have to look to the traditional ways of training and what that's been producing. You know, musician injuries are at an all-time high, and people should not have to be practicing for 30 years and still have the same technical issues that they've had since childhood sometimes. There should be a way to overcome all of that. But you have to appreciate or consider that it doesn't lie in strengthening the body and doing all of that, but it lies in organizing the parts to the whole and moving properly. Any other questions?
I have another question actually. Are the people doing this Taubman approach, are they like mainly classical, or are there also jazz pianists who do this?
Yeah, that's a great question. We do have, most any expertly trained Taubman teacher has taught jazz pianists, and I have too. I don't play jazz, but when we play the piano, the patterns are the same. What does a pianist need to be able to do? They need to be able to play 5 fingers up and down easily. They need to play a scale easily. They need to play an arpeggio easily, an octave, and a chord. Everything else in music is some combination of those skills. So we're very much actively trying to help people understand, how do you play? How do you do it? How do you play 5 fingers? How do you play a scale? How do you play an octave? How do you play a chord? How do you combine these things? Does that answer it? There's something about the, I'm going to maybe put the, there's an asking for the handout again. Let me see if I can put it in the chat again. I think it's there now. Is that correct? If somebody can let me know. Yes, great. Okay, good. Okay, what other questions do people have? How do you define a technical error? A motor control related wrong execution of playing? Oh, that's an excellent question. How do we define a technical error? So the way I define it is actually by a list of things. Either there's a note that's missed. That would be a technical error. There is very little that you have to know cognitively about notes. I mean, think about it. If most people have been playing many, many years, there are 4 spaces and 5 lines. I mean, how do you not know what the note is? So cognitively speaking, most likely it's not a cognitive issue of knowing the note. What it's more likely an issue is a coordination issue. Somewhere the body didn't take you there easily. So then it has to remember it. Instead of it, the feel of the body knows where to go. So that's one reason, the technical error. if you can't play evenly, it's not a question of extrinsic exercises. Like if you have something like, and it's uneven to do, or those kinds of things. I mean, for me, what is that doing? That's under the notion that there are strong and weak fingers. We don't come from the point that there's strong and weak fingers. We come from the point of something is wrong in the choreography of that passage that's making it uneven. So that's a technical problem. If you get an unwanted accent in a place you don't want it, that means the control wasn't there. The finger, hand, and arm did not arrive at the right time for you to control the sound. What if you're getting a ghost tone, something that doesn't sound? That's a technical problem. If there is any fatigue, limitation, pain, any of that happening in the system, that is a technical problem. We take it from the point of view it's technical. So that, I think that answers that. Any other questions? We have about 10 minutes.
Hello. I have a question. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Does hand size matter?
Excellent question. Less than many people think it does, but the place where it would come into consideration is the easy span of a hand. In other words, there are some people who may have a slightly too small hand for an octave. And what, I haven't discussed octaves, but you can try this. There's an experience in the hand when we actively open the hand. When we actively open the hand, everyone try to actively open the hand. You'll feel the tension. And what that is actually is it's actually a safety mechanism in the body. The opposing set of muscles is pulling in to avoid going any further, you know? So if you go out, you'll feel tension. But if you take two fingers of your other hand, like if you took the thumb and the second finger, and you put the second finger on your fifth finger of the right hand and the thumbs together, and you use your left hand to open your right no longer feels stretched. You can feel how an outside agent can open up that hand without feeling that. The piano acts as that agent. So when you have rotation, the rotation is opening the hand in a way that we don't feel actively held out. So we never position a chord or an octave in the air. The moment you position it in the air is the moment everything behind it is tight. And then, of course, what do people think? The answer is to relax from that. What we're saying is let's not get tight in the first place. So if you open with the rotation, the piano is now holding my hand open. Maybe I can do a little mini lecture on octaves next time if people are interested. But once opened, the piano is in essence assisting in opening up my hand, so I'm not actively opening it. Now, the other thing that I will say is that in certain cases where the hand is a little bit too small, it is easier to play somehow at the edge. If they play at the edge, they feel a little bit more comfortable. They can make it. What it does make is it makes what we're going to discuss next week, which is the in and out. In order to get to this black key, if we're talking about being a unit, I have to move that unit in. So those are the movements, the in and out motions. Well, if I'm at the edge, it's going to be a larger motion. So I'm not going to be able to play as fast as if I were very close to the black key area. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I would have a follow-up question when playing octaves, if that's possible.
Yeah, sure.
I've been into Taubman Approach for quite a bit, and I know about the 1/4 for playing octaves is is not regarded as the best possibility. Could you maybe explain a bit more? Because if you have a large hand and you can play an octave at ease with 1/4, why not do it?
We also say that now. I mean, if there are some hands that are very large. I have a rather large hand, but the moment I go in certain registers, in this register, if I go 1-4, it feels twisted. So the twisting is the bigger issue. So I would play 5 here, but it's interesting. If I go to this register, 1-4 feels fine. So some of it's dependent on register, and some of it is if the hand is super big and the person doesn't feel twisted, then we don't say it's like a rule. We just say that most people in most registers will be twisted with the 1-4. Now, why is twisting? You might ask, why is twisting a factor? Well, if the hand is twisted, it doesn't go up and down well. And that's one of the features of playing octave, is how to integrate the up and down movements of the hand and fingers with the forearm. It is happening together. And I will discuss it because several people asked for a lecture on octaves. I will talk about it next time. But there's a whole way of rebounding off the instrument and what has to happen in the body in order for octaves to go well. I don't think what's very good are, these kinds of situations where people feel it's necessary to create legato like this. It's constantly twisting. If you do that several hours, what can I say? These are why pianists end up with discomforts and injuries. There's another question. Do I need to pay attention to something specific when combined hands, or my body is doing that by itself when every hand itself feels fine? That's an excellent question. Yeah, we won't be able to get to that, but we have a whole area of our work called the interdependence. And basically, what I will tell you about it, which was fascinating to me, because I was someone who grew up in a paradigm where my teacher wrote, January 1, hands together. And so I went home and I practiced my piece, hands together. And I don't know, it's just some lesson later, she went to the piano, took a pen, and she said, next week, hands together. And that was pretty much all the instruction I got. But what Taubman was able to understand was, when we start to move, you start to realize there's choreography. There are certain ways that you're choreographing the passage of the right hand. There are certain ways you're choreographing the passages of the left hand. What you're trying to do in interdependence is actually relate the choreography. For instance, a very short example would be something like this. In the choreography, the right hand is doing, I'm jumping ahead of myself, but just to make a point, I'm doing an under shape and an over shape. So you can see I'm coming across and then higher and then down. This is part of what's going to be the next, what we start to move into as we incorporate the rotation. The other hand, at the same time I'm making this under shape, is doing an over shape. So I have to feel, what does that choreography feel like, which is opposite. This is under, over in the left, under in the right. Switches, I'm going over in the right, under in the left. Now, you might say to yourself, oh my God, that's so much to think about, it's so confusing. Actually, it's really confusing to the body to make one conform to the other one. In other words, it feels terrible if my left hand conforms to my right. I can't even play it. So actually, it feels like stumbling when the hands try to convince the other hand it should be just doing something it shouldn't be doing. So Taubman always said, there is a choreography called the right hand, there's a choreography called the left hand, and there's a third choreography called hands together. So that's what we work. We work very much on helping people understand how to put hands together, not just merely tell them, put hands together. She always told a funny story. She said, my work in interdependence is not like this. She says, it's not like I ask you to get 2 record players, and one record player is your right hand and the other record player is your left hand, and you turn them on and you just hope that they start and end together. She said, my work is about understanding moment to moment what you have to feel so that the hands work together as one unit, as one choreography. Does that help with that? Okay. How do you manage rotation when dealing with the execute it with additional voice. I code of third mover. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, we have a whole method for doing all of that, and I'll just give you a glimpse into it. Actually, Taubman really thought of this from very much what Bach wrote. So, like for instance, Bach wrote in his I have it somewhere. Hold on 1 second. So the unexpected questions, I have to dig up the music. Sorry. Let's see. Not sure where. I found it. Okay. So if you, I don't know if somebody wants to dig up their music, but if you go to the 28th variation in the Goldberg variations, what you'll see is he writes a trill, and he's using the melody note as a single note. So he goes from the melody note into the trill, so he's going back and forth from the, this is the way he wrote it. And then when it's going faster, it sounds like the trill is going continuously. And that's how we solve the issue of the Waldstein. We program the number of notes in between, and we go usually from the thumb to the melody note. And it comes from this model of what Bach did, because it's impossible to be trilling continuously and jump out of the trill and play it like an interval or something. That it's very disruptive. You have to realize also pedaling is helping us. Once we're pedaling, I mean, I wouldn't pedal it here, but in that other example, once you're pedaling it, you're creating resonance in the instrument. So that resonance is continuing in the listener's ear, if that makes sense to anyone. Okay. Any last questions? Let me just talk a little bit about what I want to do next week. I want to show you how to take that rotational move, those rotational movements. I'm going to talk more about rotation. I need to define it more and to give it more clarity. But then I'm going to talk about how we organize the in and out movements and why we have to organize them, mostly for the fifth finger and the thumb on black keys. And I'll show you how we begin to move in and out. Once the in and out movements and the rotation are put into the body, taught into the body, trained into the body, minimized, we begin to add shaping. And shaping is the magic. Shaping is what makes music sound musical. You know, if I do something like this, I can feel comfortable, but it's hardly musical. The moment I begin to land at different heights, up and down, I begin to be able to control sound, speed and weight at the instrument from my ear. I can send it there. So if I do, just by doing this motion, going up and down, which we call shaping, they're the up and down and curvilinear motions across the instrument. You can begin, it begins to vary the sound quite a lot. I can phrase. See how I move my body? That's from the early time we talked. So this is where we're going. We're going on this journey of what is underneath in the microscopic sense of what is a technique, and how do we begin to combine it with many of the things that people see and have taught. many pianists teach shaping. I want to help people understand how to teach it effectively, how it works more properly, and how it pulls together the playing and gives you a musical end. So I hope that that concludes this, and in 2 weeks we can continue.
Robert, thanks very much for this impressive first part. We're looking forward very much to the 25th, same time, same link. Let's
Okay.
show you our applause via Zoom. Thanks very much, Robert.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Also, if there
Thank
on my
you.
website, just to say, on my website, there is a link there. There's a link where you can ask a question in a specific passage. It'll give you directions how to just upload the passage to my website, and then I'll get it, and I'm happy to answer those questions in 2 weeks. So you can go to robertdurso.net, and you can be directed to the link that you can ask a question. I just asked you to tell me what piece it is, what the issue is briefly. You know, what is your, like Mrs. Taubman used to say, this is the best place in the world to complain. She used to say, nobody else in the world wants to hear your complaints, but we do. We want to understand what is your difficulties. It's a wonderful place to feel free to just say, you know, I have trouble with this passage and I don't know why. So any questions you have, please write to my website. I promise I'll get them, and we'll discuss some of the most relevant ones. Okay, I'll bid you farewell. Have a wonderful evening. I know it's evening for you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Professor Hildebrand. Thank you, Sebastian, for arranging all of this. It's been such a pleasure and opportunity to share this with you. I look forward to being together in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
So welcome everybody to the second part of our course with Robert Durso. Thank you, Robert, for giving us the opportunity to ask questions online. The link for this is already in the chat. Also the 2 handouts. And I would like you now to take over, Robert. Thank you very much for being available today. And I wish us all a joyful evening. Please take over, Robert.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Horst, for having me, and for the university sponsoring this, and to everyone attending, welcome. And I think there are some people that might be a little bit new, like this would be the first time and didn't really hear the whole lecture last time. So I'm going to do a very, very quick sort of review of where we are so that we can go forward quickly. So in order for you to see my arm, I'm going to take my jacket off to be a little less formal, but I think it's more important to see my forearm. Okay, so we talked last time about what Mrs. Taubman's work was basically about, which was really 2 areas. One is the area of alignment, and the other is the area of movement. So once something is lined up properly, meaning how the body is lined up to the instrument, and then how the body lines up to itself in relationship to the instrument, that makes putting a key going down vertically an easy task, because finger, hand, and forearm are aligned, and they have all that is needed to overcome the surface resistance of the key. That means that that mechanism has to be in a certain alignment to the instrument. So that brought us to, how do we determine the sitting height? And the sitting height was the height that brought our forearm, the bottom of our forearm, level with the surface of the white keys, and sometimes slightly above. It's a general area that people then have to discover where they feel most balanced. We talked about being balanced in the direction of the instrument, so sitting in the back of the bench is not very advantageous, or crowding oneself. So we talked about the height, we talked about the distance. That got us to understand that each finger, hand and forearm, could give the adequate support to every finger, including the supposed weak 4th finger, which is really not weak when it's connected to the hand and the forearm. So like Mrs. Taubman used to say, the first order of business is to give somebody 10 strong fingers, but we talked about that the strength doesn't come from exercising, isolating fingers, lifting them, and trying to make them stronger, because it was proven in the 1920s that this is of no avail. And she could also see that very young children played the piano extremely well without all of those years of muscular development. So once the finger, hand, and forearm are lined up, then you have the adequate support on each note to put a key down easily. But that doesn't take care of how do we move left and right, because we have two dimensions that we have to deal with in playing the piano. Keys have to go down and we have to move left and right. So if it took the finger, hand, and forearm to give us support, she discovered that there was a way in which the finger, hand, and forearm moved across the instrument. And what she discovered was the forearm rotational movement was as fast as the fingers. So we talked about how the rotation brings us from note to note and gives us the adequate support, and also has us not stretch. I'll show you from the camera above that when one has rotation, then the finger is not reaching on its own to get to a new destination. So the rotation itself is a movement that brings the finger, hand, and arm across the keyboard as little as even a half note. So a half step, sorry. The rotational motion is a kind of momentum that gets built in. We talked about the fact that there are some skills that are purely what we call single rotation. So single rotations are motions that go into the key and continue past the key, giving us a swing back to the following key. So things like Alberti basses, these are all single rotation skills. It seems that I'm off the camera. Not sure. Why that is, but if you can see me and there are no complaints, I'll just continue. And we discovered that trills are single rotation skills. The arm is going clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise. And that becomes a synchronized skill, also rotary octaves. But that doesn't answer the question, how do we stay in balance when we go consecutive fingers? Like, for instance, in five keys. So what she discovered over time was that the finger, hand, and forearm had the capability of doing what's called a double rotation. So we talked about that we had a preparatory motion that brought us to the second note. From the second finger to the third finger, we just can't continue in the same direction we played. If we do that, we're increasingly becoming more off balance. So there's an imbalance established on the second finger, and there's now a preparatory motion in the opposite direction to get to 3. There's a preparatory motion in the opposite direction to get to 4, and a preparatory motion in the opposite direction to get to 5. Once we get to 5, we can continue over and come back to the 4th finger, to the 3rd finger, to the 2nd finger, and to the thumb. So we have combinations of single and double rotation. We have a lot of lectures online about how to accurately determine what are single and what are double. I won't go into too much of that right now. But what I did want to say is there were some questions in the over the internet to me, and I wanted to clarify some things. When we're talking about alignment, one of the key issues that people ask, well, doesn't the bridge have to be strong? And people spend a lot of time practicing to make this strong, like pulling it up. The moment you pull this out of alignment, up, out of its natural alignment, the amplitude of the finger is greatly impeded. So you'll feel tension just by going slightly up. When this is in a normal position, meaning a natural position, not doing anything, the kind of feeling you would have when your forearm was just resting down by the side and bring it up, the fingers can move very easily. So it's very important that this set of knuckles is understood, that there are no extremes that make it better. Having it up or having it way down will not help. It's really in the natural position. That's what allows for the fingers to move. So I wanted to clarify that for people. So we talked about the fact that we can't curl the fingers. So we have what people call the natural hand position. It is natural when it's down by the side, and it's really actually already perfect. When people are asked to hold a ball or squeeze a ball to get the correct position, that already curves the fingers in a way that makes it tight. You can feel it with me if you'd like. Just curl your fingers and move them. They have a certain tightness. Let them out in the natural shape and they move very easily. Also, the opposite is not true either. Making them very straight and trying to move them does not help. And it does not even very straight. It's anything that deters from the natural shape of the hand. So we spend a lot of time understanding what does the natural shape of the hand feel like. And actually, it's quite simple, is that it feels exactly as it does at the side, doing nothing. So I often ask people to just bring it up and just look at it and study it, and then go to the piano, because from years of association with the instrument, people will automatically curl and not even know that they're doing it. So it's very important to differentiate. We talked about not curling. We talked about not stretching. We talked about having the fingers in a position over the keys that is not stretched on one finger per note. Even this amount of distance between the fingers in order to learn to rotate will make the rotation a tighter experience and not very conducive to going into speed. So we talked about the fact that what makes a pianist suffer or have tension are when fingers are curled. The fingers are very difficult to move. When fingers stretch, when fingers isolate, only using a finger and not the hand and the forearm, and when they twist. So this brings us to where I wanted to start today, which is a discussion about the twisting. So in the first handout, there is a handout of a Bach invention. So I would like to go to that, and I have it right here. Okay. So it's the D minor invention, and maybe I'll show you from above. And when we don't have a knowledge of how the arm, finger, hand, and forearm move in and out, then things like this can occur. So I just want to define what is in and out. In and out is a movement of the finger, hand, and forearm that moves toward the piano and moves toward the body. When we move toward the piano, we label that as in. When we move towards our body, we label it as out. Now, what's interesting is what motivates what in the body. When we move toward the piano with the initiation from the forearm, the finger, hand, and arm is moving in, but my upper arm is also following. Now, it's a very different experience to try to initiate and motivate the motion from the upper arm. When you motivate it from the upper arm, it's in absolutely the wrong proportion. What happens here is that the upper arm, moved by very large muscles, is a very good follower of the forearm. It's not a very effective initiator. It doesn't effectively initiate motion, and particularly initiate it in speed. So when we're moving the finger, hand, and forearm, you will see that there is some movement of the upper arm, but it is my forearm that's motivating that movement. So why do we need the in and out motions? Well, we talked about the whole concept of twisting. When the hand turns opposite to the forearm in either direction, things become very difficult. In other words, if you turn your hand and you try to lift your hand, you can feel the tension in either direction. So whatever happens when ulnar deviation occurs, it makes what's behind that hand tight. There's no amount of relaxing, quote unquote, that will make any difference. This is why having a relaxation technique purely by itself is not effective. It's more about getting to the source of what's creating the tension, not to relax from a uncomfortable or difficult thing one is doing. So if you ask the question, well, why is it so important to understand in and out motions in piano playing? Well, if we go to this invention, the two-part invention in D minor, you see from the very early, if we have no understanding of in and out, we're going to be left, and I'll show you from above, we're going to be left with the fourth finger here and the fifth finger needing to be on the B flat. In that tempo, the only way to get there is to twist over to it. And unfortunately, we have a very bad situation right after it, which is the C sharp would then twist us in the opposite direction. So if there's no understanding of in and out, the body will twist one way and immediately the other way. So what Mrs. Taubman understood through many years of investigating and researching, she used to play the piano with lipstick on her fingers and observe where it was. She determined that the finger, hand, and arm had this capability of bringing us toward the fall board and toward our body effortlessly. So if I start here on the second finger and go to the thumb, I would begin to move my finger, hand, and forearm in from the second finger and keep walking in to that B flat. I've eliminated any feeling of twisting, and I've also set myself up very well to go to the C sharp to the thumb without twisting. Now, what I did immediately after that is I actually came out, because we don't want to spend time in the black key area when we don't need to be in the black key area. So when we come to the second part of the second measure, I'm actually beginning to come out to the third finger and back into the thumb, which leads me to explain why it is that we almost 99.9% of the time go in for the thumb. We go in for the thumb because the thumb is a shorter finger than the rest of the hand. So if the arm doesn't make an adjustment in for the thumb, then we don't feel secure on the instrument. When the arm plays toward the body on the thumb, we have an experience of falling off the instrument, and that in and of itself creates tension because we don't have the option to fall off. It's not like if it feels good to keep going, we can. We have to continue playing. So the whole notion of the thumb being in is a very important idea in terms of organizing the in and out. When we have sequences of white keys only, there's a very specific way in which all of this works. So I wanted to just show briefly two versions of in and out in two different scales that have very different needs. So let's talk about something that's a little bit easier to see and to feel, which is something like a B major scale. When I have a B major scale, it's actually very nicely organized for our hands because my short fingers are on white keys and my long fingers are on black keys. So with a simple movement of in, we actually have a distinction. We call this forward because it's so small. So we have a forward motion to the fourth finger. It puts us right over those keys. So when we have B major, very often people find it a much easier scale because the likelihood of intuitively feeling a little bit forward on the black keys to your long fingers feels so good that a lot of people do find this. So this gives you the idea of what happens on the way down. It's simply going a little bit into those long fingers, and then the thumb, even though it's coming down, I'm still balanced toward the piano on that finger. So my thumbs never play out off the piano. I wish all the scales were as simple as B major. And I remember years ago, a colleague of mine gave a lecture called C major, the easiest scale with a question mark, because C major actually can feel very easy, but it demands certain things of our coordination that certain other scales, particularly black key scales, don't demand. And what that means is we have a rather intricate organization of the C major. So this might get very technical and specific for a little moment here, but I think it's important to understand what the intricacies of this is and why. So if I show you from above, if I started on my thumb in a comfortable way, I mean, I can't play my thumb out here. I'm feeling like I'm falling off the instrument. So if I play it in a comfortable place with the top of the thumb maybe halfway between the black key and the edge of the key, that positions my long fingers in the black key area. Now, many people do feel intuitively that it would be very difficult to play in speed with fingers up here in the black key area. But this is my natural hand position. Remember, we always have to have one principle can't violate another principle. So if I'm saying that my fingers move best when they're in the natural position, then what I have as an alternative to this situation is really one of two things. Either I curl my fingers to get them away from the black keys, which does get me to the lighter part of the key, that's true, but it also introduces what we talked about at the beginning, the feeling of curled fingers, making the fingers feel difficult to play. So the moment the finger curls, it's going to be difficult to play. So in essence, you've maybe gotten around one issue, which is not being stuck in speed in the black key area, but you've created another issue. So what Taubman discovered was it was actually the role of the finger hand and forearm to bring my second finger out of the black key area. So you can see now I'm not playing inside the black key area, nor am I curling my finger. So that arm motion brings me out to the second finger. My third finger, still being in the black key area, also comes out. It's a very particular finger because that finger comes out, but in the moment of playing, my forearm actually reverses itself and sends me into my thumb. We call that third finger a dual function finger because it has aspects of coming out and aspects of sending us in. Once we arrive at the thumb, we have 5 fingers on white keys, and the way we organize this is to come out on the second finger, once again out on the third finger, and we have 2 options at the top. I'm going to show you one right now. Going back forward or into 4 and into 5. That's one option. We also have another option where we can come out to the 4th finger, and the 5th finger now begins to go forward, and all the fingers go forward to the thumb. One is a more angular kind of musical gesture, and the other is a more rounded musical gesture, which I think is important to understand because you can hear differences in the way the affect is. You can hear, and you can hear this. It's a kind of more mellifluous sounding thing. So I can come out to the 4 and I get everything out far enough that I can still go back in and not play in the black key area. The released fingers are going to be in the black key area. So as I go down in the scale, I wanted to explain that. So once again, if I start on the 5th finger, my 4th finger is in the black key area. I'm going to come out to the 4th finger, which makes my 3rd finger still in the black key area. So coming out to 3, I'm going to go back in, finger, hand, and arm to the 2 because my thumb is coming up next. So I go into 2, into 1. You can see I'm also combining this with the rotation, which I'm going to discuss in a minute. So when I cross over, the location of my 3rd finger is inside the black key area. In this moment, as I rotate back, I can come out to 3. And then if I'm thinking ahead, my 2nd finger needs to go in to prepare for the thumb being a shorter finger. So when I say finger, I mean the finger, hand, and forearm are moving. So if we look at the organization of a C major scale coming down, and I'll do it a few times, we're coming out to 4, out to 3, into 2, into the thumb, out to 3, into 2, and into the thumb. So do it one more time. Sometimes what people do is they just write the numbers like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, and they just put arrows up or down to signify which direction the finger, hand, and forearm are moving. So I would put on the number 4, I would put an arrow going down. On the third finger, I would put another arrow going down. On the second finger, I would put an arrow going up. That's going in toward the fall board. On the thumb, I would put an arrow going up. The third finger, I would put an arrow coming down. The second finger, I would put an arrow going up. And the thumb, I would put an arrow going up. Going up the scale, I would put an arrow going out on the 2, meaning down arrow. The third finger would be a special marking. We would put an arrow going down, and next to the arrow going down, we would put the letter F, because that would mean we're coming out, but in the moment of playing, we're playing forward, and we would put an arrow going up on the thumb. Going to the second finger, I would put an arrow coming out, which is down arrow. Third finger, another down arrow. Fourth finger, I would put an arrow going up. And the fifth finger, another arrow going up. Now, to begin to give you an idea of how a technique combines, the components combine to form a technique, actually, I want to say that we don't just do isolated like exercises. We don't do rotational exercises for a certain amount of time, and then we do in and out exercises, and somehow miraculously it all comes together someday. What we do is we spend time helping people coordinate those two factors. So if we have a rotational movement, and we talked about having a preparatory motion, where we put the in or out motion is on the second part, on the playing motion. So if we break down a rotation into what's the preparatory motion and what's the playing motion, we have two different directions. We're always putting or combining the motion of additional motions on the second part of the rotation. So here I'm rotating, and my preparatory motion is what we call pure. I'm not doing anything else other than the preparatory motion. As I swing back to the fourth finger, that's when I come out and I play down into the instrument. Why do I say that? Because I'm not playing with a motion that falls off the piano. The out motion should not fall off the piano. The out motion is a motion that enables us to then still feel like the finger, hand, and forearm is balanced over the keyboard. I'm showing from the side and then I'll show it from above, but here's the preparatory motion. I'm not doing anything. I'm adding the out motion on the second part of the rotation. I'm adding the in motion on the second part of the rotation. I'm adding the next in motion on the second part of the rotation. And now as I swing back with the rotation,
poi io chiudo le luci e vado dall'altra parte.
I'm adding the out motion
Di nuovo.
on the second part of the rotation, and now I have a motion to the second finger, which goes in, and to the thumb, that goes in. So at this point, you can see it's beginning to build coordination. It's not just doing one thing and then doing another. It's about how do we begin to combine these things. I would say that there are a few weeks spent in getting somebody ergonomically set. How high to sit, how far to sit, how do you get to the piano, how do you put a key down, making sure all of the limbs are really in alignment. And then there's the task of teaching someone to rotate in both directions, and now to begin to add on the in and out. So when we add the in and out, it automatically makes this rotational movement smaller just by adding another motion. It's a division of labor. So I want to show from above how I can rotate and come out, and I can make the preparatory motion smaller than it was previously. Going up, I'm coming out, out forward, in, out, out, in. When we practice the in and out, when we apply the in and out is a better way to say it, we do it in exactly the amount that it exists in playing in speed. So we don't, the only component that we learn in a slightly larger size is rotation. We don't exaggerate any other element. So when we do the in and out, if this is the place I'm playing slowly, that's exactly where I'm playing when I go faster. Now, at this point in development, I would say that this is a very good place. Once a person can do the in and out and the rotation in a scale in both directions, we already take this amount of coordination and we begin to apply it to passage work. We usually take something that has a lot of scales in it, maybe a Mozart sonata or a concerto, something that the person is kind of fresh on, and they begin to apply the single and double rotation in an organized way. There are several videos on the Golansky Institute site that go into depth about how we begin to apply this into music. What I would like to show is a little bit more of the overview of how the work is put together, because I certainly would not want to leave you with the idea that her work is about just doing rotation and in and out. So that is one, those are important components, but it's not the full story. I always like to think of it like a puzzle. There are different pieces of the puzzle that have to come together. So basically in the training, what would be the next step is actually some concentration on the crossing. And the more difficult crossing that we've found is when the thumb has to cross under. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about what happens in the moments when the thumb crosses under. I'll take just a moment. So let me show you something from above, which explains, actually, I really invite you to think along the lines of how Taubman was thinking. You know, it's very interesting because she was always thinking, if somebody can't do something, what am I missing? So she was always trying to understand, is there something else involved that some people do intuitively, but others were just not doing it so intuitively? So that was always her investigative sort of point of view, was what else can I find that I don't know consciously, that I can raise to the conscious level so I can make that available to anyone who does not feel it automatically or intuitively. So when she showed some of these things, some people went right into speed and they started playing better than before, but some didn't. And she started to look and see, oh, there's some more special things that happen around the thumb, and particularly the crossing under, that I wasn't aware of previously. So if we take it from the point of view of, let's say everything that we're doing up to this moment is correct, then I'll show you this. As I come here, I've done what I've showed you correctly. I rotated and I came out to the third finger. But my thumb is located here in space, and it needs to play here. So she began to realize that, okay, rotation and in and out is just merely not enough to solve the issue of crossing under. So one thing that she realized was many people were taught to play the second finger and immediately squeeze the thumb under. When you squeeze the thumb and you feel the tension here, it makes not only the thumb tense, but it makes all the other fingers tense. But if you move the thumb, you can get to somewhere around the third finger without feeling any tension in the thumb itself. So the thumb moves like a finger, just like we talked about these fingers moving like this. The thumb moves from this joint, and of course it's attached here. So this part, or the hand part, is coming along with the thumb. So the hand and the thumb move together, and they have a free motion that moves across the palm of the hand. So this is how the thumb moves. And you can see that that can coordinate very nicely with rotation. So if you hold your hand like this, one of the things that helps you understand the feeling here is they turn clockwise at the same time that the thumb goes across the hand. And when the thumb returns, they're going counterclockwise. Clockwise, counterclockwise, helps one feel that the thumb is related to the hand and the forearm and synchronized with it, actually. And we usually handle that in just preparing people to just play the thumb. You know, we really unify everything to get somebody to play the thumb. After that's all work has been put in, we still have the issue of the thumb being here. So she discovered that the thumb could release as part of the rotational movement behind the second finger in a way that did not tense it. So it has a movement that goes behind the two, but it has no feeling of tension under here. And then it has a movement that can get it almost under 3. But you see my thumb, I don't know if you can see it here from above, my thumb is about here now. It's no longer over here, it's about here, and it still has to get to here. So she realized something very important. She realized that there was yet another movement of the forearm that it was capable of doing. So if we very quickly review, the first thing we realized was the forearm had a certain relationship to the instrument, a certain alignment, which allowed everything to be unified. Once it was unified, the forearm could make movements that were related to the needs of the fingers because the fingers were now connected to the forearm. So she realized that the rotational movement was essential in moving us laterally across the instrument. She realized that the in and out movement of the forearm was essential in having us avoid twisting. And the rotation also avoided stretching. What she realized was that the forearm also could move just laterally. Now, it's interesting. You could say, well, why don't you just move laterally to go left and right and call it a day? But what she realized before this was that without the rotation, there was no speed. So it's the combination always of rotation and the walking hand and arm, both laterally and vertically, that really does create the momentum for playing. So when we talk about this capability, you can just see, if you just sit at the piano and just move your forearm laterally, your finger, hand, and arm laterally across the instrument, it's not a hard motion to do, but it definitely doesn't feel as fast as this feels. This feels very fast. However, in combination with that, and we talked about putting it on the second part of the rotation, I can go from 1 to 2, and I can shift my forearm over to the left here. So you see the angle of my arm is no longer here. It is actually catty-corner to the instrument, at a diagonal to the instrument. I'm straight with myself, but I'm at an angle to the instrument. If I continue that motion, do you see where my thumb is now? So I'll show you also maybe from the side you can see it. My thumb, by combining two things here, meaning the release of the thumb under 2, the release of the thumb under 3, and the forearm going over there, I am right there to play my thumb. All I have to do is rotate back clockwise to play my thumb. So you can see we have 3 very important layers of motion going on. We have rotational motions, we have in and out motions, and we have lateral motions. So those things in combination get us to cross in a scale in a way that takes care of a lot of fundamental problems that people express. people often say, well, I can't, they're criticized for making a gap. We've all heard those kinds of things from people, including myself before I met Mrs. Taubman. Or there's a big accent on the thumb because you can't get to it. So at the last moment, to try to stay in tempo, something has to react quickly. And when something reacts in a technique quickly and suddenly, it can create an accent. So there's no control. So most of the time is spent moving and very little of the time is spent controlling the key. So when you have the walking hand and forearm, it's helping you move laterally and it's bringing you to that thumb. What's really amazing is how well that works in distances like arpeggios. So if we have an arpeggio, we have the 1 to the 2, we release the thumb here, we release more, and my arm, you can see my arm can move and connect. So it makes connecting in arpeggios possible, because if the thumb is here and it has to get here in tempo, there'll be something sudden happening. Something like this. But when all of that coordination works, things feel very smooth and slow, actually. You don't feel like you're moving frantically, independent of tempo. So what's happening here? When I go from 1 to 2, I've played with the rotation, and part of that rotation going to the 2 is releasing my thumb. So I'm not releasing my thumb towards the ceiling in an isolated way. My thumb is connected in the release to the hand and the forearm. In that moment, I'm coming out a little bit and I've walked over. My thumb is now released here underneath. I'm now going to the third finger. It's released underneath. And it puts my thumb exactly where I need it to be. So crossing over is not such a big deal because that rotational movement will just take you there. What many people don't realize is the subtle shifting involved in crossing over. For instance, I can do, once again, everything correctly, and I'll show you from above. I can do a lot of things correctly. I can do the rotation correctly, a little bit of the in and out. And when I get here, turn back with the rotation, my arm is now here. I will still make some sudden motions in trying to get to this thumb. So there's a very useful use of the walking hand and arm, of the shifting right at that moment. I've rotated over the thumb. When I rotate back to the third finger, I have an opportunity for my forearm to come closer to my torso. And that puts these notes very close in feel. So you can see it would become increasingly more difficult if my arm stays over there. What's nice is that you have the precision of when it happens. When it happens is exactly here. When I turn back to the third finger, I adjust my forearm closer to my body, and it keeps doing it, so I can get all the way up here in a comfortable way. So that, in essence, is a lot of information. Rotation, we talked about in and out. Now we talked about lateral movement, how to get the thumb under. But it still doesn't add up to an entire technique, because we can't be thinking all of these separate components. If you just need a framework for what we're about to discuss, I would say this. In any activity that involves coordination, invariably there are parts to it. As simple as riding a bicycle, there is a part called learning how to steer. There is a part called learning how to pedal. But when those parts are integrated and internalized into the body, there is an experience greater than the sum of the parts. So when we're riding a bicycle, we're not actually directing consciously the act of steering or the act of pedaling. It is something integrated. And that's what is very actually challenging in this work, is that it's not just about giving somebody the information. It's about working with that person until that information is internalized and integrated into their body, which includes the whole process of minimizing the motion. There's a whole process of minimizing the double rotation that's crucial to the success of the piece. And so I'm going to take some time to explain some of that, because I think without explaining that, the work in general can be very misunderstood, because I can understand completely that a person listening even to this lecture and somebody saying to them, well, I have to go make a preparatory motion opposite to the way I'm going to play, first of all, sounds on the surface like a crazy idea. Like, who in their right mind would go opposite to where they want to play in order to play fast, if that's the goal? I mean, you want speed. You want to play evenly and accurately in speed. Why would in the world would I do all of these motions that go backwards like this and expect that that's going to somehow, work out? And what I try to explain very carefully to people, and when I work with people, is that process. It is a process where something becomes transformed into different iterations. And what I mean by that is that if you liken it to, say, an ice cube is H2O in solid form. Then if it melts, it's now liquid. It's in a different form. It is still H2O. When it is warmed, it goes to steam, and eventually it evaporates. Now, when H2O evaporates, there is moisture in the air. We don't actually see it visually, but we know the presence of it and we know the absence of it. What does that mean? Well, we get dry, we get hoarse, we can't speak, we have dry skin, whatever. We know that there isn't enough moisture in the atmosphere. The process of rotation goes from this iteration that looks, rather big and really unfathomable in a way as to how that would possibly work. Yet it does, because it has different iterations that allow it to go into speed. And I want to explain some of those things to people, which is quite deep actually into the work, but I feel like we've talked about a lot of things, and this would be very relevant. And this is not something that a lot of people will take the time to explain in a format like this, but I would like to. So the notion here is that eventually you will not be on stage performing single and double rotations. If you are, it's not integrated into your system very well. What happens is that you know the presence or absence of it. We know the absence of rotation by several factors. One is there's tension involved in the playing. There's problems with matching tempos that you'd like. There's problems with evenness, problems with missing, particularly in leaps, and any feedback of tension, fatigue, things like that can also be manifested in not being able to control sound. Like all of a sudden there are notes that sound louder than you'd like, or notes that are underplayed. So this sort of inconsistency in tonal production. That is the only difference with somebody trained in rotation, is that they can take the experience of performing and where it didn't go well. They will know it in normal terms like everyone else who's ever played the piano. I messed up at the recapitulation. Oh, I got lost in the second theme, whatever it is. But then these tools are designed to get to the cause of why that happened. So as one factor, there are many factors for why things happen. There are cognitive factors, musical factors, all kinds of theoretical factors, but there is a physical factor, which is what we're focused on today. So let's talk a little bit about how in the world does something like this become becomes something like this. How does that happen? And how do we know that it's there? Okay, so let's talk about first how it happens. So in order to free the forearm, which for many people is already a very big challenge, you're always considering the history that somebody's come from. If somebody has come from a very tight, finger-isolated approach, this part of the body is going to be very dormant. It's going to be very tight. Sometimes people are not even aware of what's going on there. And you have to really educate the body. You have to do things away from the piano, like we talked about in the first lecture, how we just turn and we observe what's happening here and understand that there's two bones and one bone is revolving around another, and the inner freedom of that. Without the inner freedom, none of this will be possible. So freedom is very different than relaxing. Freedom is when things move in an effortless way. Relaxing is a put upon thing that just relaxes and makes things lethargic and unable to move, actually creating more tension. So that's a terrible merry-go-round, is the whole relaxing technique syndrome. So let's talk about what happens when somebody has to be freed. We try to teach this motion in as small a first step as we can. If the person is very free by nature, we don't ask them to do it in very large sizes. We try to do it actually closer to a more reasonable size, but we always have to do it bigger than it will actually exist. So there's always the process of having to understand how do we minimize this motion. So I want to just give you a full view of my forearm. So I'm going to just roll this up. So one of the key issues in beginning to minimize this motion is what happens on the standing finger of a double rotation. What do I mean by that? I've gotten to the fourth finger, and now if I do a preparatory motion and play, this is what we call a double rotation. I've played and I'm straight down into the key. I make a motion opposite to the direction of the second note. That's a double rotation. So if I arrive on 4, at first, in order to free all of that, there will be a certain amount of tilting over on the side of the finger to produce that turning motion. And I would say that the sooner somebody can get off of that, the better. But sometimes people really need to feel what is it like to turn and to not do wrong things. So we need to be able to see a certain amount of it, because people will turn in a multitude of ways. They'll turn and they'll lift the wrist, which is not correct. Everything needs to stay in alignment. They'll turn and they'll squeeze the finger. They'll turn and they'll drop the wrist. They'll turn and they'll lift the upper arm. They'll do many things. So an experienced teacher really has to understand what is it like to turn in the most pure way possible. Once you're on the fourth finger and we begin to minimize it, the major difference is, instead of feeling that the fourth finger is now the pivot to get you to 3, it becomes a different framework in the thinking. The framework is more like this. Imagine standing up and you're standing on your right leg and you're lifting your left leg. Your right leg is the basis for the support. That is where everything is centered. It's over that. But the movement is occurring in the left leg. I'm not moving my right leg. I'm not pivoting my right leg and making it look like my left leg is moving. That's maybe the first step in teaching rotation, just to get the arm moving. But to refine it, it's very important that 4 becomes a stable point. Now, when we establish that, there are certain parameters of thinking that have to happen on that finger. And this is in the world of sensation. On that standing finger, somebody has to be very clear that when they turn, they do not press down on that finger. That's number one. Number two, they don't actively roll on that finger. And number three is they don't let go of the bottom of the key on that finger. So that becomes a very stable point by which you're able to now reassign, in a way, the rotational movement to the remaining fingers. So if I'm on my fourth finger, the remaining fingers are 3, 2, and 1. So I'm on the fourth finger, balanced like my right foot, and my left foot is now 3, 2, and 1. In the moment I lift those fingers, the hand and the forearm, having experienced the rotational movement, just have to go with it in a rotational way. So I'm not feeling a pivot on the fourth finger. I'm feeling a stability, and I'm feeling the motion on 3, 2, and 1, which instantly makes the forearm rotation smaller. Just by doing that, it makes it smaller. So I'm no longer using the fourth finger to pivot me to 3, and then likewise 3 to go to 2. I'm going to 4, and I'm lifting my fingers together with my hand and forearm in relationship to where I'm going. Now, here's something very crucial. Sometimes in this step, because of maybe many years of isolating exercises, bringing the fingers back into the fold, which is necessary. We have to move the fingers to play the piano, which I want to say very directly has been often a very big criticism of Taubman's work, is that it's an arm technique only. It's not an arm technique only. The arm is involved, but it's really the integration of all the parts together and the uniqueness of each part working together that really distinguishes it from anything else. So when we move those fingers, it's very important to sense that those fingers are still moving and playing from the side. So I often say to people, can you feel if your fingers are lifting towards the ceiling, or are they lifting in the direction of the standing finger? See, I'm lifting in the direction of the standing finger without pivoting on the standing finger. And that little bit gives tremendous amount of momentum and power into the next finger. So that's how we begin to minimize this motion that looks like this into something that looks like this. So you can see, if you're tuned in, you can still visually see it somewhat. You can see that there's something happening here. I'm feeling it inside my body, but it's a much more stable thing. You can see it begins, like Taubman used to say, it's the moment when motion transitions into adjustment. It starts to feel like everything just adjusts perfectly to each note. There is a point to which you can no longer minimize the size of that on its own. Then it will go, quote unquote, away. So there still should be a conscious feeling of the single and double and the interaction of the single and the double. And why do I say that? Because they have two slightly different physical rhythms. Mrs. Taubman made up a little song to help us time the double rotation. So if we do this on the preparatory motion, swing, swing, play down, when we say the words play down, that is a moment where everything is completely at rest. There's no motion happening. And then we move, swing, play down, swing, play down. And now we're going to use this, swing, 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 play down, swing. So it makes the physical rhythm a little bit different, but the musical rhythm must stay the same. because it's the interaction of the single and the double rotation that creates momentum in the system. That's what creates the feeling of being sent across the instrument versus trying to get across the instrument. I think it's a very good place to just pause for 3 minutes, and then we're going to pick it up with the final piece of what I would call the basic puzzle. And I think it'll be very interesting for you to see the final piece, which I promise you will not be shocking to you because most pianists have discovered this aspect. The problem is that without the underlying aspects, that aspect doesn't work as well as it needs to work. So let's just pause for 3 minutes and we'll come right back.
Okay, let's pause for 3 minutes and put on my makeup.
Please mute your microphones except for Robert.
Okay, welcome back. So, to kind of complete the story of coordination in a way that brings it to a certain place, a certain sort of core ability to apply it to music. One of the things that Taubman discovered was the forearm also had another capability, which was it could land at different heights. So very much if you imagine going up and down a staircase, you would go and lift your foot to get onto the stair above a little bit higher, and you would step down on that stair. But in the moment you step down in this stair, your whole body would be at another elevation. Likewise, if you were stepping down backwards. So stepping up a staircase and stepping down a staircase, always stepping down onto the key. Well, to the stair, but it relates to piano playing with keys. So what do we mean by that? So you can begin to see that if one only had the tools of rotation, walking hand and arm, and in and out, the playing would sound very notey. It would be rather angular. I'm trying to not do it as horribly as one can possibly do it, but you can definitely hear that it's not what we would term musical. But the moment that the forearm can land a little bit lower and a little bit higher, it begins to allow a certain fluctuation of speed and weight that's very natural. That's why I'm saying many pianists have felt this. But you can hear the difference between something that sounds and something that sounds like this. First of all, I'm using a little bit of a different shape than for this. So I wanted to clarify. So in this scenario, this is rather notey. But the moment the forearm begins to feel what we call curvilinear motions. So they're the up and down and across motions of the forearm. So the forearm, you can see, if you do this motion, it's rather angular in feel. You do mechanical, meaning angular, mechanical. This one is rather mechanical in feel. This is rather mechanical in feel. But this one, that feels very mellifluous and smooth. So this smoothness is what creates the kind of what Taubman used to call the glue that puts all of the motions into a sum greater than the parts. So that glue is not just random and it's not arbitrary. It actually functions by very specific parameters, meaning that it, first of all, has to be initiated from the correct place. If everything I've talked about holds true, the finger, the hand, and the forearm have to be connected to each other at all times. If I initiate shape from the wrist joint alone, I'm breaking that unity. I can get the same effect by unifying the finger, the hand, and the forearm in a way that I can move up and down as a unit. I often describe to my students the kind of image of an old railroad car. On the railroad, you know, it stays on the tracks and it goes, the side gears, they go like this. That's the feeling of something being unified. When I move like this, I'm initiating that motion from my forearm. Now, obviously, my upper arm is coming with me. But if I initiate it from the upper arm, that's where there's a tremendous lack of security and stability at the level of the keyboard. So we know some principles of shaping, which are very important because they can vary from what people are used to, but I'm trying to give a very good reason why. We can't initiate from the wrist alone. The wrist is going up and down because it's connecting the finger and the hands to the forearm. So I'm never holding anything rigidly. I'm not stopping my wrist from doing anything. It's just part of the whole of it. So I wanted to show, so when that dimension comes into play, that's when the rotation begins to feel just like an experience underneath the playing that happens automatically. It is a naturally occurring phenomenon. So when we learn to rotate, I try to stay away from the idea that people have to be trained to rotate. I like to think of it as being stimulated to rotate. We do a lot of things to stimulate. Why do I say stimulate? Because it should be a naturally occurring phenomenon. The fact that one falls to the bottom of the key should automatically trigger that mechanism without having to do it consciously. It's something that we do like almost automatically, like you would tie your shoe. You don't have to think the steps involved. So when we add shaping, it helps to minimize those rotational movements further to the point where they are not visible. But like the moisture in the air, they are present, and we know it by their lack of presence and the symptoms that come up. So if I talk about how does shaping work, I wanted to give you a few guiding principles. One is, how does it work in, say, 5-finger patterns? We have this shape which goes across, which we term undershape. I don't love the word undershape because generally, and of course in my own training, I was taught very much to shape from the wrist and to make wrist circles and to do all of that. And as I did more and more of it, I lost more and more control of the actual notes I was playing, and a lot of other things went off in my playing as a result of just that one idea. So I like to think of coming across as the undershape. So as I'm rotating, you see the in and out, I'm coming out to the 4, going forward to the 5. I'm getting a little bit lower towards the center of this and ending on the way up. So the nature of an undershape is it starts level, it gets slightly lower and comes back up. An overshape works exactly the opposite. It starts level, it gets higher in the middle and comes back to level. So you have these two shapes that very often interact with each other, undershapes and overshapes. In a 5-finger position, you have two possibilities for shaping. One is this undershape, overshape, which gives a more rounded kind of musical effect. And you also have the possibility of two overshapes. And this would be for maybe more power, more angular kind of musical gesture. But this is where I'm getting higher and back to level. And then from that note, I begin an overshape down. So I'm coming higher and back down. Now, I want to show immediately in the first handout, there are two pieces. One is an arabesque by Bergmüller, and the other is the Musette by Bach from the Anna Magdalena book. And you know, if you're wondering, do these things exist in earlier music? They absolutely do, and they have a great effect upon how the music sounds. So let's go to the arabesque, if you can find it in your handout. It should be in the one that's Zurich handout, not Zurich 325. That's some examples for today. So it's the one that just says Zurich handouts PDF. Okay.
Robert, sorry, may I interrupt you?
Yes, sure.
People came later, so they couldn't see the chat. Could you just renew the upload of your PDFs so that all the new people could also see it?
I see. Hold on. I can do that quickly.
Maybe without link to Google, just direct PDF upload. Geht es jetzt? Kannst du mal reingucken?
I think it's there now. Yes, Horst?
Seems so. Anybody else can reconfirm?
Okay, I think it's there. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to this arabesque. So Here's a very good example of all of the things that I've talked about so far. For instance, it's a piece that is primarily on a lot of white keys. So there's the option. One can play the piece by curling the fingers and staying out, and everything will be tight. Or playing the piece in a beautiful hand position, but stuck inside the keys. So this is why I find it so miraculous that she discovered the role of the finger, hand, and forearm in helping us overcome those two obstacles. We don't have to settle with either bad situation. We can have the best of both worlds. We can have the hand in the correct position, and you can see I wrote that arrow is down so that I'm coming out. At this moment, I can go forward to the third finger and continue into the 2 and 1. So if we're talking the rotation, we have the combination of single and double. And I'm not being so specific about that. If you're more interested in that, there's a lot of videos on the Golansky site that can explain in detail how to determine what is single and what's double. But for our purposes, to know that it exists is important. So we're coming out and in. And then the second set of in and out to the 2 and 3, back into the 4 and 5. But you can see if that's the only dimension of playing, rotation and in and out, it will sound like this. And that hardly sounds like music or expression. The moment we begin to incorporate, and I say incorporate and not replace, this is what's so very difficult for people to sometimes appreciate, is that it's not a question of replacing or doing something different each week. Everything has to fit in an integral way to each other. So as I'm doing those other motions, which have been minimized, I'm adding an undershape of 3 notes, and then I always start number 1 on the last note, so that shapes are interlacing. As I stop end one shape, it's the beginning of another shape. So this is what is classically called an undershape overshape. This is an overshape. I'm getting higher to the third finger and back to level. So you can hear it takes it into something that sounds much more phrased. So you can hear that there's direct application of the work into the world of making music. You can also see how the rotation can help us get from one place to another. For instance, right here, if I rotate to the right, it places me right back to the thumb. So creating those automatic links has us feel like we don't have to look for the notes, which is so very nice. When the hand takes us to the next place automatically, we also feel the continuation of the music that way. We feel like things are linked to each other, and they're not isolated events. Oh, now I'm here, now I'm here. And you hear that sometimes, the preparation of something new, instead of having a motion which naturally takes us musically from one thing to another. And back. And so on. So you can see how the rotation functions here, but also how the in and out functions, because without it we would be curling, or we would be stuck inside the black key area. And also it's a very good example of how shaping help us to interpret. Actually, it's not the only factor, obviously, in interpretation, but it is a key ingredient in transferring musical ideas into sound. The other thing that's really great here is to look at how certain things get solved by rotation alone, which is, if we go to the very end, this is always a little bit of a, I think there are many piano teachers sitting in the audience just at this moment, just hoping that this piece is going to turn out in the last moment. But look at some things that you can do to help here. First of all, this chord, if you see where the fifth finger is located, you can see that my fifth finger is here. If I rotate, that distance is only the distance of a fourth. So that automatically, the rotation sends me there automatically. At the same time, the right hand played the fifth finger. It can rotate and play the fifth finger here. Now, what's involved here? Not only the rotation, but the walking hand and arm. So you have this motion together with this motion, the lateral motion. And the other thing that Taubman discovered in leaps is that it really helps us to send one hand slightly ahead of the other. The left hand gets out of the way first, and now the right hand gets out of the way and gets to there. So that what you feel in the end is you don't feel confused. You don't feel like there's this moment, oh my God, where am I going to go now? You've programmed it in. So you can see how the rotation takes us back and forth, and that's the whole idea of leaps. Without rotation, I don't know how we can get accurate and very fast leaps. Rotation is the fastest motion. If we go to the musette, you can see also how wonderfully the rotation helps with distances and leaps. So here, for instance, even though it's staccato, the rotation helps us move laterally together with the walking hand and arm. Now, this moment here, if I allow my left hand to rotate over first, it puts me right on the F sharp. And then right after that, rotating over the thumb, so you can see, and then going back, I like the fingering, by the way, in the fourth measure, 3-1 in the bass, because it puts me right on the 5. So you can see how rotation helps. Now, if that solved everything for someone, we would generally say, great, no problem. But if a person had some difficulties otherwise, we would go to shaping. So you can see that the piece will sound one way if there's no shaping. So it's static, it's metronomic, it's kind of mechanical. The moment we do an overshape over the first 5 notes and a slight under connecting it, we have a different kind of gesture. So you can see even in staccato playing, if I wanted to detach it more, I could still detach it within the shape. So you can see rotation is involved, and you can really hear the difference with the shaping and how the shaping really helps. So let's talk more specifically about how other particular figures are shaped, because things have actually definite shapes, which is so interesting because I think in a lot of ways people have intuited this, people have taught this. She's not claiming to be the only person to have discovered this. What I think is a little bit unique is that it is done in combination with everything else. So there is a kind of combined nature here, which we can't afford not to have any one of those components operating. If we don't have rotation operating, we have certain problems. If we don't have in and out operating, we have certain problems. If we don't have lateral motions operating, we have certain problems. If we don't have shaping, we have certain problems. So that's just to say and emphasize the importance of the combination and also the proportion of elements. In my training, I was trained to use very heavy arm weight, which had a certain kernel of truth to it because it kind of unified me. This is prior to Taubman, of course. And then when I went to somebody else, she was a very natural player. She had been a prodigy, and she demonstrated an enormous amount. And in just watching her, I could intuit the different shapes that she was doing, and my playing actually improved. But I had no framework for those movements. I didn't know how much of it to do. So I just thought, well, if that's good, more has got to be better. So I just kept doing more and more of it. And it had some negative reactions. So one of the things I want to discuss is that when the size of something is too big, it can cause other things to happen. For instance, if I'm playing a scale and the shaping is too large, what can happen is that I'm now pulled off the bottom of the key. That large up motion can pull me off the bottom of the key. So we shape just to the degree that it makes something feel good, meaning smooth, easy, effortless. In a scale, and here's a very nice concept to apply to anything that you're playing, every scale shapes exactly the same way. So what do I mean by that? If we look at a scale going up, an ascending scale, you'll realize that, okay, what makes sense here is to get higher to the finger before the thumb. That gives us space for our thumb. If we don't have that, we have a thumb that is stuck underneath the hand and not very much space. So every scale gets higher on the preceding notes to the finger before the thumb. The finger before the thumb is our highest point, and then we have a very, very smooth kind of elevator feeling down to the thumb, not an elevator that drops suddenly, but one that comes very smoothly down to the thumb, and then up to the third finger and down to the 5. That's one version of shaping a scale in the ascending direction. The most important thing is to realize that the high point is the finger before the thumb. If I cross again to the 4 from the 4, then I'm going to get higher to the 2, higher to the 3, higher to the 4, and back level to the thumb. So no matter what the finger is, whether it's 2, 3, or 4, I'm going to get higher on the preceding notes. But you can see I'm not doing that as an isolated wrist motion. I'm also not tightening my wrist. My wrist is going up freely, up and down freely, with the rest of the mechanism. On the descending scale gives us another very, very helpful and important concept, which is many shapes, overshapes, go from one occurrence of the thumb to the next occurrence of the thumb. So what does that mean? That's a thumb. So that's a 5-note shape. It's important to understand numbers of notes in a shape because that gives us a very good roadmap for where the high point is. It helps us proportion better because if we just shape, we could do a big motion on the first two notes and not enough on the next or like that. So proportion, remember I talked about in the first lecture, what are the areas of concern that make having the technique really work? First was alignment, all issues of alignment. Having the right components, meaning that the arm knows how to rotate, go in and out, walking hand, arm, and shaping. That those components work in combination with each other. And that those components have certain sizes. So the proportion of the size of parts to the whole is absolutely essential. You can have all the right components in the wrong sizes and a technique will not work. It's just like having a bag of parts labeled wristwatch, but they come from 100 different wristwatches. They're all the right parts, but they're not all in the wrong sizes. So size of things is very important. And then lastly, we talked about key placement, that everything that you're doing is placed on a certain part of the key to have the best mechanical advantage. So when we talk about shapes coming down and we say 5, that means 4 is getting a little bit higher, 3 is getting a little bit higher, 2 and 1 are coming back level. And then from this thumb, I'm making another shape which we call a 4-note shape. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you will either have even number of notes in a shape or you will have odd number of notes in a shape. And that's important because that tells you where the high point is. In an odd number of notes in a shape, it's on a specific note. In an even number of notes in the shape, it's between certain notes. So in a 4-note shape, it's actually between the second and third note. So I play the second note, I'm going a little bit higher, and then before I play that third note, I'm on the way down, and then I finish level on the thumb. So I would call this shaping from one occurrence of the thumb to the next. But you'll see how all the other components are present, meaning I don't shape and suddenly forget to move in and out. I'm still moving in and out as I'm shaping, and there's still rotation because you can see I'm not doing this over the thumb. So if I'm not doing this, something else is happening. The thumb is rotating and getting me over that distance. How does it work in an arpeggio? Really well, actually. It's a really great thing in an arpeggio, and the reason why it's so great is because it's the final piece that makes it feel so smooth and so nice. We can have all of this, and it still doesn't feel quite natural. What I've always found so interesting is that when the work is actually put into someone's body, it doesn't occur as a technique. It doesn't look like a labeled technique. It just looks like the person can do what they're doing easily. And there was a time, I'll just say briefly, there was a time where I was, working very hard, and I was working with really advanced players who began to do really well. Sometimes they came from very debilitating injury. And part of their process was they asked if they could go and play for their previous teacher. And they had left the teacher not in great condition, obviously, but they had a nice relationship with the teacher. And I thought, this is great. Great sense of closure. Whatever the person feels they need is fine with me. So they would go and they'd come back, and I'd say, well, what did they say about your technique? And they said, they said that, I looked so natural. And they said that it looked so professional, and that, that's what's supposed to happen because they had put those seeds in. Now, I know that it wasn't happening because they came to me, obviously. So that wasn't happening. So the point is that it didn't look like a put upon technique. It just looked like they had a natural ability, which everyone has in their own body. So when you realize that natural ability, it doesn't look like a standard technique. It doesn't look like somebody can identify, okay, it's Madam this or Mr. this or Professor this is technique, because everyone comes to the piano and they look a specific way. So you can identify sometimes from that's so-and-so's student because, that's the way they look. That's the X technique. When things are working properly, it doesn't look like anything. So actually, I began to relate very differently to it. And I began to think that's the ultimate compliment, that my work is actually invisible. So I was actually pleased to really know that there wasn't a kind of thing, you must be studying with so-and-so, I can see it. It was quite the opposite. So when we go to an arpeggio, this is very interesting. This is what's so great, is that it's rotating, of course. I'm moving across, but I'm getting higher. And when I get higher, it limits the amount, or I would say limit, it reduces the amount of forearm that has to feel like it has to go over. In other words, if I don't have shaping, my forearm feels like it really has to go over here in order to connect. Now, I'll show you from above. That's a better way. Here's what I'm doing so far. Rotation, in and out, and walking hand and arm. That really feels like a lot of motion in speed. If I try to do that in speed, it still doesn't feel very good. What happens when it merges with the shaping is that the finger, hand, and arm begin to go higher, and that reduces the amount that the forearm has to go over. Like I said, there's a beautiful division of labor. Each part doing a particular job makes no one part feel like it's overtaxed. So as I'm going here, can you see that my arm doesn't nearly go over to the left as much? And that's because I'm getting higher to the 2, a little higher to the 4, and I'm coming back level to the thumb. Notice when I come back that I am not going back to a low position. If this is the position where I feel connected to my forearm, that's where I'm going. I'm going back to that position. So it's getting a little bit higher. You can also see from above that I'm not taking away the in and out. I'm coming out to the 2, out to the 4, into the thumb. If I go a little bit faster, you'll still see it. I think it's visible. I think you can see. You can tune into those motions now that you're aware of them. I'm not just here like this, curled and outside of the black key area, and I'm not stuck here. And the only way that that can happen is if this as a unit moves together. So I wanted to go to some of the questions that were sent in. So those should be included in the 325 packet. Okay, so thank you so much for the questions. I loved getting them, and I think that they present very, very interesting issues. So the first question was in the Schubert Trout, and the question was a difficulty with the trill. So we're in the third system down, second measure, and the difficulty here was somehow not being able to control the trill or feeling that it was easy enough. It's interesting because if the hand is wide enough, I would actually make an exception. We usually take octaves 1 and 5, but I think in this register, the 4 actually works a little bit better, which can get me to the 5. So I'll show. So I start this with an octave 1/4 actually, and I rotate to the 5. The moment I go left right, I can start the trill on the third finger. Why? Because the rotation itself takes my fourth finger away from that crowded position. This is the beauty of rotation, that it can open up possibilities of fingering. If I didn't have rotation, it would feel very hard for the finger itself to get over to this note. I would be twisting. Do you see how rotation itself stops the experience of twisting? So okay, I want to say that this is going left, right, left. Here's a double rotation before the C sharp. And then what's very interesting is that the difficulty could arise in going from the D sharp to the octave. And the reason could be trying to make it over-connected. Now, he's also asking a little bit for a slur. The moment you let go a little bit, the arm can rotate and come back to this octave. So it's a combination of several things. I'm coming out, I'm rotating left, right, and I'm coming out to the fifth finger. That puts me on a really great part of the instrument, right here on the outside. And then I'm going to the last note, the D sharp, I'm letting go, and that rotation sends me to the octave. So I wanted to say a few things about octaves. So people wrote that they have difficulties with octaves. There were some passages with octaves. I will say this, mostly the biggest deterrent to playing octaves well is trying to form the distance in the air. This is very, very tension producing. Forming the distance in the air and trying to play accurately because the distance is preset. Once we open in this way to a preset position, everything behind us will be tight. Now here's an interesting thing to examine. If you turn your hand over and you take 2 fingers of the other hand and put them on your fingers, allow that hand, in my case my left hand, to open up the right hand. You will not feel an experience of stretching in the right hand. You will feel like the right hand has been opened passively. It's that kind of experience, the feeling of being opened passively, that the rotation can provide. When you open passively, it can open the hand in a way that you don't feel stretched. Now, there are certain hands where they're very, very small, barely reach an octave, I have one suggestion for that, which is to play more at the edge. The more at the edge you play, sometimes it can accommodate a smaller hand. Once we open the hand this way, naturally, just letting it fall open, the piano is now holding our fingers open. We don't have to actively keep our hand open. The support of the keys underneath our fingers is holding it open. Now, this is very interesting, is that once we open the hand naturally, this becomes the main fulcrum for support. You see, in a scale, we have this, 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 this. When we open the hand, we lose a little bit of this support by opening, because we can't have it here and open the fingers. The hand will naturally open. It will flatten slightly, never to the degree where it collapses, never, but it opens slightly. This makes the wrist the main fulcrum. When you have that, you already have the connection of the finger, hand, and arm. That gives incredible power to the arm. Once we can establish somebody not stretching, so we work a lot, how to open the hand. How do you practice open the hand so you don't stretch? Then the question is, how do you drop the finger, hand, and arm? If you talk about dropping the finger, hand, and arm, you have to talk about how do you lift it. Well, in lifting it, some key things are important. The feeling is that it has to lift as a unit. We can't just lift parts. In other words, if we just lifted the hand, we would be doing classic wrist octaves. It is not connected to our forearm. The moment we disconnect this from this, we're asking for a multitude of issues. So the fact is that everything comes up together, but it doesn't come up together in a rigid way. It comes up in a way where the fingers have a movement, slight movement, the hand has a slight movement, and the forearm has a slight movement. They just happen to happen at the same time. Now, that sounds very complicated, but there's a very simple way to get that experience into your body. I don't know if this is universal game, but I can tell you here, as children play a game called patty cake. So they sit and they go like this on their thighs, and they create this kind of momentum that just goes up and down. In that moment, that's what's happening. The finger, hand, and forearm are going up and down in the most natural and free way possible. That is what we practice, is how to play down into the keyboard, meaning the finger, hand, and arm, and how to rebound off the keyboard in a natural way that then allows gravity to bring us down. So you can see I'm exaggerating tremendously just for the purpose of being able to see it. Now, what happens here? There is a contacting of the fingertip with the key on the bottom of the key, very much like a trampoline. If you're going on a trampoline, there's that feeling of, rebounding. There's a moment. The forearm feels, by virtue of the contact in the fingertips, that it's being sent up. It has that same feeling here. So we very much encourage people a few times in the day, just do this. Just start to get this into your awareness, into your feeling, and then try to see, would that relate to this? And so we train people to do this, to really land on the key and then continue down. When you land on the key, there is still energy in the forearm. There's enough energy to continue down into the bottom of the key. So we're aiming for the point of sound again. We talked about that in the first lecture, aiming for the point of sound, but we always follow through and allow the arm to go to the bottom of the key. Now, a few other things involved. The fingertip sensation is just that. It is an internal sensation in the fingertips that feels alive. It's a kind of aliveness. It should never change the shape of the finger. So if you're seeing anything like this, where there's a grabbing action like this, that's gone way too far. It's something that has a kernel of truth to it, but it becomes incorrect by virtue of how extreme it has become. So that's why I say proportion is such a major issue in putting a technique together. So what we ask very often, and what Taubman suggested, is to have the image that the surface of your fingernails are coming in the direction of your nose. When you feel that, then you're practicing the correct lifting and dropping on the instrument. Once we feel that, we ask people to go closer to the key. So the rebound can be very close to the key. Now, I would say most people will respond very well to that. But if somebody doesn't, from years of preparing the octave, the thumb might be incredibly tight. And even though it might look like the right position, this could be very, very tight. What we try to do in situations like that is to ask the person to release the thumb rotationally towards the second finger. When they do that, then they feel the freedom here. So we ask them to release the thumb toward the second finger, and it trains the thumb, and it also begins to incorporate the rotational movement. In order to move fast from note to note, you have to move rotationally. So developmentally, we would make sure that the person was able to go up and down with no stretching. As it gets closer to the key, the mere letting go of the key does bring the hand slightly in, but in a very minuscule way. So we don't like to teach somebody to make extremes like really close the hand. But in order to get rid of the stretching of the thumb, we might ask them to just move the thumb like this. And then to sense, okay, if the thumb doesn't go as far, can it feel free when you go note to note? So we would ask somebody to just rebound from one key to the next without stopping. And you can see that I'm not going very far from the keys at all. I'm very much going from one surface experience to the next, and it's rebounding. It's coming down the same way. Very often, when we come down, what also needed to be aware of is the very back of the forearm needs to feel like it's getting closer to the torso. The torso, from the very first lecture, begins, if we're going further, to shift, begins to shift over to the left. So you can see we're always using the combination of motion. The rotation is functioning, all double notes, whether they're third, that kind of situation, or sixths, or octaves, chords, they always rotate towards the thumb side in order to play straight down. So we don't play rotated, over rotated. We come to where we are and we play straight down. I can show you that. So it's not correct to rotate and play rotated over. We're rotating and playing straight down. Rotating, playing straight down. Rotating, playing straight down. Rotating, playing straight down. Rotating, playing straight. So that helps us, the rotation. There's a little bit of in and out, you can see. A little bit, especially on white keys, we have a little bit of in and out. And particularly in things that are in keys with certain black notes, we have a little bit of shaping. So shaping can even help the whole notion, can take something and put it into a musical and rhythmic context. Without shaping, you just have kind of, which is interesting because you can have connected fingerings and no shaping, and it still doesn't sound legato. What is more important to legato playing is the idea that you have shaping. That's what makes it a lot. And also we have the use of the pedal, so we can use pedal to our advantage, not to blur and over pedal, but to connect certain things that are not able to be connected physically. So in the end, when the rotation is integrated a little bit with the shaping, you're really just having an experience of playing down, and the body is just carrying you across the instrument. The torso is coordinated. All things, all systems, in a sense, are working to make it to your advantage. Your body gives you a certain amount of freedom when it's in the right place. The position of the limbs gives you a certain amount of freedom when you're in the right place. The movements give you a certain amount of freedom when they're done properly. The combinations help. This is all part of this grand picture of what it is to kind of work and have tools. Those are skills. When you have skills, then you see it in music. You know, if we would go just a little bit to the trout again, you can see how beautifully, let's go once more to that third system, how the shaping, even in a simple situation like this, can make such a difference. If I don't have shaping, and I'm not going to try to play it like unusually horribly and musically. I'm just going to play it without the physical motions of shaping. Something sounds like that. The moment you have shaping, more pleasant to listen to, I think. You can see how that has everything to do with how that can blend as a texture, how it can merge with the upper voice and not be distracting, and yet in a way very beautiful in and of itself. If you wanted to bring a little bit more bass, so those are the kinds of things that make an enormous difference in the integration of components. I wanted to go to another example. This was a very great example. This was sent, it's Czerny. Now, I'm not going to get into the philosophical issues of whether to study and play Czerny. I'm just going to deal with the situation that was presented to me here. So this is it says 108, but I think it's the previous exercise. And the question was, it didn't feel comfortable to the person, particularly in the circled area. And their issue was that you can't use pedal, and that you had to, that you can't use pedal and you had to connect. So I wanted to show a little bit of what I call a conversation for reality. And I think that it's important that we have a conversation for reality, because if you have the notion that everything is capable of being connected, that is not in reality. And I'll show you why. So if we start with this passage, okay, we have our first dilemma here. Can you, anyone show me how 4/2, I should show this from above, it's easier to see. How 4/2 can possibly, both notes possibly be connected to 3/1? I can't get anywhere if I'm holding these notes. The reality of the situation here is that the second finger has to let go. I can't connect one of those voices. And that's very important, because connecting one voice will have it sound connected. So in this scenario, you can see how the rotation turns. This is my preparatory motion. This is my playing motion. So I can connect it. That wasn't where the person was asking, though. But I wanted to show you how that moment here, which I think they were presuming this is all connectable, except for where they were showing the circled area. But let's take a look at the circled area now. I found that a different fingering made everything so much easier. So instead of the fingering that was there, which, by the way, here's another scenario. I'm looking at the fingering that's printed in the original edition. When we go from 1/3 to 4/2, there is no way to connect both of those notes to 4/2. 1-3 in this scenario cannot connect to 4-2. I could connect both voices if I was going 1-3 and the 4-2 were located here. But the fact that the 4-2 is located here, it's not connectable. So right away, there's a fallacy in the thinking that everything can be absolutely connected. People will turn themselves inside out to make something connected that is not connectable. And we have a whole area of the technique called enslavement to notation, which deals with this very issue of what is in reality. I also have a tape on the site of the Schubert, this one. And I show the reality of the situation, how it's not possible to fully connect the fifth finger on the same note to the fifth finger on the same note. And it's kind of the same concept here. So I can't really connect that. So in that scenario, I thought, why not go here prior to that? So in the first measure, the second part of the measure, I can connect over here. I can connect over. And why not here, instead of going to the 4-2 and having this fingering, which is very uncomfortable, I can connect the 3 to the 4, and I can use 1-4. So right here, downbeat of that second measure, I'm using 1-4. Now I can connect a lot of things here. The 1-4 is easily connectable to the 5-2, back to the 4-1. But now at the 4-1, I can connect to the 3-2 and back to the 4-1. I can connect to the 5-2. There's no fingering that would ever connect this to the next note. So here, I'm connecting from the 5 in a way that moves me across the instrument. What am I using? I'm using rotation. I'm using the walking hand and arm. I'm using a leap. So once I'm there, I can go to 4-2. And I can connect the fourth finger to the third finger by rotating over. I want to show you a really beautiful thing about the rotation. The rotation plays the 1-3. When it goes, wait, I'm wrong. 4-2, sorry. The rotation plays the 4-2. As I rotate, this is the preparatory motion. I'm connecting the fourth finger to the 3. The playing motion of that 1-3 releases my fourth finger from out under. So I don't have to get stuck with my fourth finger stuck under my hand. So I can use that rotation to release that finger from above. And then the 4-2 is easily connectable. Now here, I have to let go of the 3 in order to get to the 4-2. So you can see that not everything is absolutely connectable, but you can connect one voice and make it sound connected. There was a question, and I thought maybe we would finish with this just 2-second thing here. This was in a Beethoven example. I think it's the last page that I Xerox somehow. The question was, they're actually leaps. So when you think of the second note, we think often as the second note of a slur as shorter, which is fine. But what we shouldn't think of it as a disconnect from the wrist. Very often slurs are taught down, up, down, up, down, and then you can see I'm missing terribly because there's no control. Once I've broken the connection, there's no control. I can still make that gesture, long, short, and send myself over with the rotation. All these leaps can be done with the rotation, but the release is very much like what we talked about in the octave playing. I'm releasing as a unit and rotating over there. It's the combination of the rotation and the proper release, walking hand and arm. So you can see, I'm just trying to show the combination of elements, how we bring those in that gives a student a repertoire of solution. When you're working on a passage and you're thinking, why is this not going well? What can be involved? Oh, I have the fifth finger on a black key. Well, maybe I shouldn't be out here. Maybe I should be more here. Then you begin to think, oh, that's interesting. Just by being inside, it's so much easier, and so forth. So I think that this gives a kind of overview, a kind of logic to how she discovered these things in playing and how pedagogically we can help stimulate these things in students and have them develop a natural relationship to the instrument, which is pain-free and doesn't present lifelong struggles of trying to master certain passages or pieces, that there can be a feeling of progress and not getting frustrated and stop. So I want to once again thank you, Horst, for making this all possible, and I hope that this has been helpful for people, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very, very much, Robert. I hope we can meet again, maybe live in Europe. Would be very nice. Thanks very much. Was very impressive, very logical, very clear. Thanks very much. Let's give you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure, really, and hope to see you in the future sometime. Please feel free to ask me any questions. You know, I'll try my best to answer things. Anything that wasn't clear, or likewise. So thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thank you.